all the good things that happen to you. Focus on anything good that's happened to you. Your kids greeting you at the door because they're happy you're home. Your dogs, your cats, your husband, your wife, your spouse. Being happy that you're home, greeting you. A coworker or a friend who's made you laugh and made your day just that much better, no matter what stresses you were facing today. Concentrate on the good things that's happened in your life today. We all have stresses, we all have worries, we all have problems. But the thing is, we have to learn to focus on the good and push out the bad. So I want you to focus on your good things that's happened to you today and concentrate on them. And I want you to relax and put a smile on your face. Remember, you are so special. There's no one in the world like you. You're different. You're unique. And nobody can bring to the table what you bring to the table. You are you. Nobody can be you but you. Everybody has a unique signature, a unique way of doing things. Other people may talk similar, say things similar, do things similar, but no one does it exactly the way you do it. Only you can do it that way. Remember, you're put here in the world for a reason. You are meant to be on this earth. You're meant to be with the people that you're with, the ones that you're surrounded with that love you and that you love back. Focus on those things. Focus on the fact that there's somebody out there that you've done something for or said something to them, even if it was giving them your opinion or a piece of advice that maybe because they were down or having a hard time and wasn't sure which way to jump. Maybe you're the one who made the difference in their life. Maybe they didn't focus on it. Maybe they didn't do it right away. But they went away and they thought about it. They thought about it after you walked away. And maybe years down the road, guess what? It changed their lives. And because of you, they made some small change in their life that's made it better. Because of you. Somebody right now is drinking out of a coffee cup that you gave them. Putting a bookmark in a book that you gave them. Looking at a picture or a card that you sent them. There's so many things that you've done that you probably don't even know. So many things you've done to touch people's lives. Trust me, you're better off born in this world. Nobody out there would have completely different lives. Their lives would have taken different directions if they have not come across you and met you. Even if it was a negative thing for them at the time, it still maybe put them in the right step, moves in the right direction to make their lives better. Everyone has something different to bring. Everyone is unique. Everyone is special. So focus on the good things that's happening in your life right now. The blessings, the small things. The fact that you have food that's filled your belly. You have a roof over your head and that keeps you warm in the winter, cool in the summer. You have a car to drive you to and from work. And if you don't drive, you always have somebody or a way to get to and from work. You have family and friends who love you. Animals and pets that maybe you surround yourself that love you. Focus on all of the good things in your life. All of them. Now close your eyes. And hopefully thinking about those things is making you smile. I want you to take a deep breath in. Then a deep breath out. Deep breath in. And a deep breath out. One more time. Deep breath in. And deep breath out. Don't ever give up on yourself. Don't ever give up on your dreams. Don't ever give up on your life. Focus on it. And work on it. And become the best you that you possibly can be. Have a wonderful night. Good night, my Dixie Warriors. Enjoy the sound of the dolphins and the whales and maybe sounds of other animals as this goes by. Have a wonderful sleep.
time of night because my husband's always sound asleep. He sleeps in another room. We don't sleep in the same room, so he probably really doesn't matter. That, but I still try to be quiet because I don't want to wake him up, even though he's on the other side. So, anyway, here's the thing. I'm kind of glad that somebody put this blog on and put a post on their Facebook, because there's one thing that everybody has problems with, is being insecure about themselves. And the reason is because of the society that we live in. Unfortunately, in the society, if you don't look a certain way, then you don't feel like you fit in. You feel like you don't belong. You feel down on yourself. And that's wrong. So I like that, what they put on, because it actually reminded me that it's not just girls, but it's guys who have the same problem and feel the same way sometimes. So here's the thing. I know that I really stress the importance of healthy eating and working out 4 to 5 days a week and taking care of your health. You need to take care of your health for you. You need to take care of your health for your friends and your family. It's important that you do that. You also feel better about yourself because you can see how much you can achieve and how much you can accomplish. And your body is amazing and the things that it can do. The more you train it, the more you work with it, the more you grow, the better you can become at certain things. So it is important to stay healthy. It is important to work out, to be healthy, but don't try to fit in a certain mold. It's real easy to do that, because what happens is you look at other people who've been working out for maybe years, who've been personal trainers for years, and then you go, I want to look just like that person. And then you're beating yourself up because no matter what you do, you can't look exactly like that person, because you feel like you need to fit in that mold, because that's the way the world makes it. You feel like you have to be a certain way. You have to look a certain way. It's not true, because here's the thing, and this is the thing that is with me. I've always been this way all my life, from the time I was little. And so I was always the one who ended up hanging out with the geeks and the nerds and the people who just were considered the misfits in school. And well, and I'd have the popular group on this side who was always like, "Why aren't you hanging out with us?" Well, excuse me. Those people need me more than you do. Because the thing is those people are just as genuine, if not more genuine. Half the time, the popular kids were not genuine. They weren't really your true friends. They wanted to see what they could get out of you. Okay, so I'm sorry. Yes, I'm being mean at the moment by saying that. But that's what I'm trying to get at. It's the inner person. It's not what they look like. I mean, you initially, when you meet somebody, the first thing you see is what they look like. Am I correct? And so, you get your first impression by the way somebody looks. But have you ever tried to change your thinking and get your first impression about a person by watching them for a while? Sometimes that's the best way and the best impression to get, because you watch how they act with people. You watch how they act with objects. Maybe they're having a hard time putting something together and they're getting frustrated. How do they react to it? Things like that. It's the inner person that is the most important thing about somebody, and not what somebody looks like, because it's the inner person that you should fall in love with. It's the inner person that should become your best friend. It's that person that will have your back no matter what. That's what you should be paying attention to, not what someone looks like. We all try and work hard to fit into molds, but what you need to do is fit into the mold that is best suited for you. Work on getting to a healthy weight. Work on doing your best to get toned up so that you can be stronger, so you can lift heavier things. What is your goal? What is your goal? With being healthy, is it just being healthy because you've had some health issues and you're trying to get those corrected without having to take medication? Is it, that's goals that you set for healthy living. So, in the inner person is always the most important when it comes to people, because you have your people who will always be there for you. They'll be your loyal friends, but you don't know who that person really is until you get to know them and to meet them. And see, I've been through a lot of things in my lifetime. I've been through having friends where I thought I could trust them, and I bent over backwards. Hey, Natalie. And I've actually bent over backwards for people. I mean, to the point where I've done everything for them. I had someone who I was very close to when I was a teenager. She had health issues, and so she had 3 boys, and I took care of those boys as much as she did, because there was times when she couldn't even hold a baby because of her health issues, and she'd be like, "Can you please hold him for me?" Because he wanted to snuggle. And I would watch. And those boys were so much fun. I like to babysit. I think I love children. I've always liked kids. I still do. Can't have any of my own, but I love them. So I mean, but it turned out that she turned around and kind of bit me in the back. So. And it's like, after I would go over every day and clean house for her, I would watch the kids all the time. She would call me up and ask me to go to the mall with her, just because the kids listened to me better than her, because she just didn't have the strength or the energy to chase them down and make them behave. And so I became kind of like a second mom to these kids, to these boys. And here I was 15 years old, truth be told. It's just, I don't know. I think the inner person is the most important thing about somebody. Don't ever judge anybody by their looks, because it's not what they look like that you would live with for the rest of your life when it comes to marriage, when it comes to friendship. It's the person that they are and their personality. If you click, do you enjoy some of the same things? Do you like the way they interact with their family? Do they put their family first? That's inner beauty. Inner beauty comes from here, not here. This is not what you should be paying attention to. This is what you should pay attention to if you like the way they are. I've also been body shamed by the same person twice. First, I was too big, so then I worked my tail off to get down, and I done that 2 or 3 times with the same person. And then I got tired of it. So this time I got my weight down. For me, I was tired of doing it for them. So the thing is, you got to live for yourself. You got to quit worrying about what other people think about you. You got to do it to be healthy. Until you got that mindset that you're doing it for you and for your health and for your benefits, to be a better person, you are not ready to commit, because once you get into healthy lifestyle and healthy living and exercising and everything, it has to be a commitment. And that's why I yo-yoed so much, because the person would be like, "Oh, you look really good now." Okay. And then something would happen in our life, and then I go back up, and then they whine at me again because I was too big. Then I go down again. And so this time I'm staying, and then I got body shamed again. And ladies, people don't talk about your rest. Sorry, but they did. Okay. And the fact is, it kind of teed me off. So I gave it right back to them. They deserved it. They deserved every word that I said, because I've dealt with it off and on for years. So I finally just exploded. And I was like, no, I'm doing this for me. So don't judge people by what they look like. Judge them for who they are. Get to know them, because they will be happier and you will be happier if you really love them for who they are and not for what you expect them to look like, because they gained 10 pounds and you're upset because you're mad at them because they did. And then they're still struggling, trying to figure out how to get back down because you don't like the way they look anymore. I mean, wrong. That's wrong. Nobody should ever make you feel that way. So don't let somebody do that. Learn to be happy with your inner self. Get your personality to be the way you want it to be. Become the type of person, the kind of friend that you want to be. Are you the type of, do you want to be the type of friend who will drop everything for your family? Drop everything for friends when you see they're in need? What kind of a friend, what kind of a person would you like to be? What kind of a person do you enjoy being around? Because that's the type of person you need to work on here in order to keep them as your friend. So inner person and inner beauty is more important. So don't let people mold you into this world, into this thinking of I got to be a Barbie doll size 0. Come on. Who can be a Barbie doll size 0 and really be healthy? So it's like, don't let people mold you into those things. It really, when you get someone who belittles you like I've had, it just shoots your self-confidence down to the bottom. Natalie will tell you, because she'll hear me say things and she really gets mad at me. But it's because I got this mindset now. I'm just like, okay, I'm not good enough ever for anything, anybody, anyone. I'm ugly, I'm this, I'm that, I'm, So you go through those things when you let somebody do that to you. But what you have to do is start working on your inner self and be happy with your personality. And Natalie knows, because she's, how many times have you had to tell me, Natalie? I'd start whining. And I wouldn't even realize I was saying anything. She would catch it before I would. And then she'd be like, hey, what are you doing? I'm like, okay, I'll shut up. So I really think that the inner person is so beautiful. And I think our society is so stupid. Okay, let me put it this way. A lot of times people think these girls want these guys that are taller. A lot of times good things come in small packages and are better. I married my husband. He's only 5'3". I'm about 5'6". I don't care about that stuff. I married him for his personality. That's what I am. That's the type of person I am. I'm going to initially look at somebody's outer appearance because it's just what you do. Because the very first thing you see, you can't help that. But it's their inner beauty that really matters. What is it about that person that attracts you to them? It better be their personality, because if it is not, then you need to walk away. Or you need to rethink and get your mind turned around to me thinking a little bit better, because that's the most important thing. That's going to be whether they treat you good or don't treat you good. Whether you get along or you don't get along. I've had a lot of ups and downs. I will admit that some of them were pretty bad, and it's been really bad. So whatever you can be, always be a good friend to people. And then that's when people will start really loving you for who you are and not your size, not what you look like. And then that's when you'll find the perfect person, because that's who, when you like somebody for their inner beauty, they are beautiful to you. Absolutely beautiful to you, because you see them for who they really are. So just remember that. Have a great night, everyone.
Doing this for yoga and stretching, or for studying in the background, and you're not wanting to sleep with this, then I suggest that you get ready to skip this if you're not watching it live, and skip to where you're seeing the pictures. Okay? So right now, I want you to close your eyes. Just close your eyes. I want you to go to your happy place right now. And relax with me. I know this is looking weird, so just keep your eyes closed for me. I want you to listen to the ocean waves. Just concentrate on them. Imagine you're sitting on the beach right now, listening and watching the waves go in from the ocean. Imagine you see dolphins swimming up as the sun is starting to go down over the ocean. Imagine how beautiful it's looking right now as it's going down. as the sun is setting on the ocean. Taking a deep, nice, slow, deep breath with me. And let it out. Take it in. Inhale. And exhale. Relax every muscle in your body. Every muscle in your body. Let it become relaxed right now. And just listen to my voice. Concentrate on your feet. Concentrate on your legs, your stomach. Work your way up all the way to your head. How are you feeling right now? Relax every muscle in your body. Get relaxed and get comfortable. And you still imagine yourself by the beach, watching the ocean waves come in, watching the sunset, maybe hearing a seagull as it's flying overhead. Maybe you're hearing dolphins and whales in the distance. Imagine yourself there. Concentrate on it. Concentrate on the fact that you're looking at the sky. You're seeing all the stars. How beautiful they are. Maybe is there a full moon coming up over the ocean right now? Imagine how pretty it is. Keep that thought in mind and keep concentrating on that. You guys ready for me? Because here we go. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe. Check me out on my TikTok, my Instagram, and my Facebook. Enjoy these personal pictures that I've taken, and enjoy the music that you're about to hear. And have a good night's sleep, everybody. You're studying, meditating, or stretching. Enjoy your stretching routine. Have a good night.
Too loud. And I am going to touch on something that may get some people a little upset. I know I ramble. I know I'm a blogger. I'm not very good at this all the time because I like doing things impromptu because I think it's more fun that way. I'm used to making speeches and giving talks, and so my mom yells at me because she knows I'm a lot better speaker than what I'm portraying in my blogs. But I'm like, vlogs are meant to be for fun, right? Okay, but today I'm being a little more serious. Here's the reason why. I know it's prophesied that this earth that things will have to change, that not everybody is going to listen. But think about it this way. If you were given a gift by somebody, a really special gift from somebody that you really cared about. Let's say the person moved states away and you never see that person anymore. What if something happened to them and they passed away and they died? But that gift is so special to you that you sit it somewhere, you dust it every day, you look at it every day. Every time you see it, you smile at it, right? So, gifts are precious, but did you think about the gifts that we already have? The gift of breath, the gift of air, the fact that we can breathe, the fact that we live, the fact that we can think, that we were created in a way that we can taste, smell, and see so many different colors and different smells. We can see so many colors. If you think about it, if we were creative, where we see black and white, how boring would our world be? Because all you see is black and white. What if you were given a little tiny piece of cube every day and it was one flavor? How boring would that be? Life would be boring. It wouldn't be fun to live. But instead we have lots of different things to eat. We have a huge variety of vegetables and fruits. We have all the animals on this planet that we can enjoy. And they can't even estimate how many animals there are out there. One thing, there's like 18 billion chickens, 1.4 billion cattle, 1.4 billion sheep. but they can't tell you specifically how many animals are on this planet. Those animals do not have a voice. Those animals need us. They need us to protect them. They need us to help them. When you see an injured animal, what do? Do you ignore it? Do you either try to help it, or do you at least not bother it, and try to make it worse for them? There's so many things that is wonderful about just being on our planet. It was created for us by God. It's here for us. He made this for us. He wanted us to live on this earth. He wanted us to enjoy this earth. The fact that a lot of people are polluting it, and the air, the water, and they're hurting animals. They're being hateful to each other. They're not respecting anything that he's given us. They're not thinking, and they're not showing appreciation for everything that we have. Have you ever looked at the stars at night? Have you ever realized that there's over 11 billion galaxies out there? We have no idea what even half of the stars in the galaxies look like, but they're beautiful. I remember when I was a little girl, I would lay on the trampoline with my dad and we look up at the stars practically every single night. I mean, it was just wonderful. It's the most beautiful thing to be able to look up at the stars. I still, every night when I walk out from work, if I can see the moon, definitely looking at the moon when I'm walking to my car every night. I mean, because it reminds me of the nights that I sat on the trampoline with my dad. I looked up at the stars, and he taught me about the Big Dipper, the Big Bear, all those little different things, that you could see with the stars. We look for all of it. We watch for shooting stars. I remember one night the kids would come over and lay on the trampoline, and it was the coolest thing because my mom made all of their parents write letters proving that they had permission to come over at 10 o'clock at night and lay on the trampoline with me and my dad so that we could all watch the stars. So, I mean, it's just a lot of wonderful things that this earth has, and we need to all work to protect it. I really appreciate people who are really fighting for the earth. I see things where people are fighting for climate change and climate control because, if we could all work together, if we could all change things, then this earth would still be here. The earth actually has the power to heal itself, but we would have to help it. It can go back to its original state, to where everything is perfect, to where there's no pollution in the water, no pollution in the air. But the problem is people ruin that because they constantly keep dumping pollution in the air. They constantly keep dumping pollution and trash into our oceans and into the lakes. It'll never be able to restore itself with as much as being dumped in there all the time. So, that's why I'm doing this, just for the fun of it. Because I know that it's, like I said, and like everyone knows that reads the Bible, that it's never going to be fixed. Never going to be fixed completely. We can talk until we're blue in the face, but there's always going to be people that are out there that are money hungry. They want their money. So you're not going to ever get them to stop these factories or these things that's causing the problems with our earth. All we can do is our part. But if you think about it, it talks about it in Revelations 11:18, that he is going to bring to ruin those who are ruining the earth. And when that happens, then they will find out what their greed has led them to. But if you think about it, this is what our earth is supposed to end up looking like. I don't know if you can see it well, but this is what it's going to be in its perfect state. And exactly like going to a national park. Only everywhere you look, everywhere you step will be a national park. 2 Peter 3:9 talks about how he has not brought it to ruin yet, that he is slow. So some people, he is slow respecting his promises, but he's not really slow. He's doing it because he wants everyone to have the chance to attain to repentance. If you think about it, if everybody in the world stopped mistreating each other, stopped polluting the air, stopped polluting the water, stopped polluting the earth, started treating people the way they're supposed to, like peaceful people. We all came from Adam and Eve. We're all related, whether we like it or not. So deal with it. So learn to be nice to everybody because we all came from Adam and Eve. Okay, so seriously, we're related, whether you like it or not. Everyone that you talk to, you are related to in one way or another. And we all go back to our first parents, Adam and Eve. So if we all started treating each other right, we all started subduing the earth and treating animals the way God originally intended Adam and Eve to do in the paradise, he would not have to bring Armageddon. Just think about that one more time. He would not have to bring Armageddon. It will never happen. Why? Because everybody turned around exactly like he was hoping they would and started listening. So that's all there is to it. If we started behaving ourselves, then we wouldn't have to worry about a great tribulation that the Bible talks about. You wouldn't have to worry about Armageddon. You'd be like, okay, everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. They're not over here being greedy. They're not mistreating each other. Okay, we can restore this earth without having to destroy anything. No Armageddon, no war, no nothing. You won't have to bring ruin to those ruining the earth. So, anyway, I know I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for this, but I really don't care. Because being a witness, we go out door to door all the time. We talk about the paradise. We talk about how eventually there will be no more sickness, no more blindness, no more death. We'll be able to hold our loved ones that we've lost in death again. We'll be able to see them again. We will have more than enough food to eat. Everybody will love each other and be at peace with each other. I mean, think about it. That's what when next time a witness comes to your door, talk to them and ask them. Because honestly, or go to jw.org and read up on God's kingdom and all of the benefits that it has for us. And you can find a scripture for every single thing that is mentioned. I mean, people who are paralyzed or in wheelchairs will no longer be in wheelchairs anymore. There won't be no more cancer, no more coronavirus. None of this will be there anymore. All of it will be wiped away. All of this will be like a bad nightmare. Even if I don't even know. It might be wiped from our memories. We may never be allowed to even remember it anymore. Why would we want to remember that? When we have perfect health, a perfect world, we live thousands of years with everything being perfect the way it was intended to be. Have a great night. Coming on because every once in a great while I like to check in on everybody and just say hello and see how things are going. I don't ever expect many people to say anything to me or to come on because, number one, I'm not that big yet. And number two, I just, I do it spontaneously a lot of times. So anyway, first thing I wanted to say is I know things have been a little rough because it's just the things in life is really hard. Everybody's struggling. And I know that sometimes we get fed up. Sometimes we get stressed out. Sometimes you just want to give up on everything. It's normal. I mean, think about everything that's been going on lately. It's just been really hard. And life has been, gets people down a lot because it has been really stressful and hard lately. So I know for a fact that where I work at, even though normally we love our jobs and things, we just been so stressed out because of everything that's going on in the world. Sometimes we walk into work and we just want to turn around and go back home and crawl in a hole, we don't want to be there. So it's like a struggle to make ourselves get through the workday and just keep ourselves positive. And it's okay to be that way. It's okay to feel stressed out because things have been really rough and it's hard to not be stressed out. It's frustrating because sometimes, the rules we have to follow right now. But the thing is here's what I want to say. We all are tired. We're all getting stressed out. We're all getting fed up. We all want a way out, want things to be different. But we have to remember that it takes time. It takes time for things to be different. You can't just expect things to change quickly. So you have to just relax and try to roll with it and do the best that you can because eventually things will get better and we'll turn around. I know that, because I'm a very strong believer in the Bible and I don't really do a lot of preaching in my YouTube videos or anything, but I do know that it is prophesied things will get worse before they do get better. But when they do get better, they're going to get really, really good. So it's just stressful and hard to hang on. But the thing is you got to keep going. You got to keep living. There's people out there who need you. There's people out there who look up to you when you don't even realize that they do, that need you, and need you in their lives. You're important to them. And so we have to really fight, against what's going on in this world. We have to follow the rules. We have to do the social distancing. We have to wear a mask. We have to take care of the people that we care about. Where I work, it's very hard because when you work in retail, I'm sorry to say this, a lot of people, if they're stressed out or under a lot of pressure, and they don't want to take it out on people that they're close to. They take it out on retail workers. Sorry, they do. And there was one time when I was talking with some associates because it was been a rough day, and it seemed like every time they turned around, customers were, snapping at them for no reason and just being really rude and hateful to them. And I know it's hard because, I've worked retail for a long time now. So, and I've learned that this happens. Okay, so let me tell you a story. I had a customer that one time when I was working at Sears, and I was the department manager of jewelry. I hate jewelry, by the way. I don't like it when I have to cover it, even at the workplace I work now. I kind of loathe it. So anyway, so when I have to do it, it's usually a bad day for me. So anyway, but I struggle when I get through it, even though I'm hating every minute of it. With a smile. But I had this poor lady, okay, she wanted to exchange her bracelet. And honestly, there was nothing wrong with the bracelet. And I don't know why she wanted to exchange it. So I exchanged it for her. And she was having a fit because I wanted to exchange it for her. She just got really hateful and mean to me. And I was being as sweet as I could be to her, as calm as I could be, and just real nice to her, and took care of her, helped her out. I'm going to exchanged her bracelet. And even though there was nothing wrong with it, and I was just like, this is just really crazy. This lady's just, I don't know. And I didn't know what was wrong with her, but she was really mean and hateful to me. And I was like, oh my goodness, I ended up getting another manager because I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to handle this on my own. Sometimes you just kind of have to do those things. Okay. So anyway, the funny thing was I was getting ready to leave from work and she was still in the store shopping. I thought, oh no. Okay, go the other way. Don't want to even be near her because she just got done having this huge human go fit with me. Even though I was smiling and doing my best to be friendly with her and take good care of her. So anyway, here's a long story short. She started breaking down and started crying. And I'm like, okay, I wasn't expecting you to do that because you were so mean to me back there for no reason when I was doing nothing but being kind to you the whole entire time. And I couldn't figure out why all of a sudden she was just lashing out and being so mean to me when I wasn't doing anything mean to her. And it turned out, oh my gosh, this poor woman had been through a lot, okay? She lost her husband to cancer. And then it wasn't 2 weeks later that she lost her son to the same kind of cancer. And she just recently was diagnosed with the same kind of cancer. Now, you tell me that that's not stressful and under a lot of pressure. So yes, we're all tired. We're all stressed out. We have to be careful because, listen, I know it's really hard. And so we got to try really, 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 really hard, even though sometimes our own patience is running thin and we're struggling and we're having a hard time. I've learned a lot of times when I've had customers over the years in retail or in life in general, that there's underlying reasons why people are lashing out and acting in a bad way. You have to get down to the bottom of it. That's helped me, even with me and my husband because of his anxiety issues and stuff like that. Okay. You got to get down to it, get down to the bottom. And when you do, then you'll realize that there was a reason why they were, hey, Desi, how are you doing tonight? But that there was a reason why that customer or that friend or that relative lashed out at you. Maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe they're having a bad week or a bad month. And your kindness may make a light bulb go off and make them turn that around. You might have just made their day, even though they were mean to you. Maybe you just turned that person's day around and you don't even realize it because of that customer. I wasn't expecting to run into her again when I'm trying to go home and have her break down and apologize to me crying. And so, and explaining her whole story to me. And when I heard her story, I looked at her, I said, I accept your apology. And, I hugged her and she just cried. I mean, literally just broke down and cried. So hang in there, everybody. We're having a hard time. We're in it together. I really like, if you don't know who Brainstorm is, go check his YouTube channel out. On Saturday, he did a really cute video on called Quacking Up. Don't crack up. He makes you laugh before it's all over, because of the things he says. He does a really good job. He somehow makes a serious thing and sometimes turns it around to be kind of funny, comical. I love it. He does a good job with it. He's natural at it. So check out his blog too, because I like to check in with everybody and see how y'all are doing. And he was doing the same thing and basically saying that he's here for you. And I'm the same way. I'm here for you. So don't be afraid to reach out to me, and don't be afraid to reach out to close friends and family, because it's just hard. I'm struggling too. I mean, I've walked into work and I just want to turn around and go home. And then I'm venting to the girls like, I don't even want to be here. I just don't want to be here right now. I just wish something would happen so I don't have to work anymore. And we're all going through it. So just hang in there. You got this. It's hard, but remember, you're not the only one in the world that's struggling, that's under a lot of pressure right now. There's more than the normal amount of pressure on everybody. I know, Desi. I do it too. I mean, I've done it too. And I'll be like, and there's times when somebody lashes at me and I'm going to lash right back at them. Because I'm just like, look, you don't, what did I do to you? So it's like, why are you being mean to me? So it's just, everybody's so stressed and and the anxiety and the pressure is so hard. And who isn't tired? Who isn't worn out mentally, emotionally, physically right now? It's just really hard, and it's a big fight for us, but as humans, but we're all fighters and we're all going to get through all this together. And just whatever you do, don't give up. Like I always preach and all my workouts at the end of them, no matter what. I always say, keep eating healthy, keep moving, and don't give up. And I really mean that sincerely. Don't give up on yourself, physically, mentally, emotionally. And you're worth it. And reach out to somebody, find somebody to talk to. If you're afraid to talk to a close friend or somebody, if you feel comfortable with a stranger that you met, talk to them, and like, I've had people reach out to me before. I don't even know who they are. And next thing I know, I'm in a corner and they're telling me their whole life story, because they need to open up to somebody, and don't be afraid to do that. Sometimes we all just need somebody who will listen, who will talk to them, talk their ear off. It's okay. If you get the right person, they're going to be understanding about it, and they're going to let you write whatever you want to write to them on Messenger and get it all out. And then guarantee you, it's like so weird, but when you see somebody do that, then they end up doing a 180 and their person, and all of a sudden you see a whole different side of them, and you're like, wow, okay, so this is how this person was before they started actually opening up to me and explaining everything that was going on in their lives. And this is the person they are now. But it's because you let them vent and you let them get it out so that they can move on with their lives and become a better person and become the person that they were before all of their struggles or pressures happened to them. So, you and me both, Desi. I know people will look at me this Desi all the time. They look at me, this happy-go-lucky type person. Now, Desi's gotten to see me a few times with my temper. So I don't know if I'm wanting to let her write on here about that my temper is really like her that. But she was like, ooh, it was so funny because I'm never like that. I never show that side. And she's like, ooh, I'm really liking this side of Elaine today. And I'm like, oh, great. Because when I get mad and I get a temper, I don't let anybody walk on me. I don't let anybody tell me anything. This is how it is. I don't care if it's management. I don't care who it is. You're not going to run me today. It's just, that's my mood. Leave me alone. Go away. You're right, Ezzy. We're all human. So I just want to make sure and let you guys all know that I'm still here, as I've always been here. I've done past blogs where I've just checked in for a few minutes and said hello. And basically, that's what I was doing tonight. I was just checking in and saying hi to everybody. So I hope all of you are having a wonderful night. Just remember, don't let the stress that's going on in this world right now get you down. But please, please follow the rules and stay safe. There's too many people that's been losing their lives over this. I've had 2 co-workers that just lost their mothers to it because we can't say the word of what it is. But when I mention wearing mask, social distancing, you know what I'm talking about. Okay. So, that's why I would love to start doing in-person training with people someday, because I really want to get into that, but I'm afraid to right now. I'm considering it essential. And especially the retail company I work for, I'm around a ton of people, and I've been known to carry home flus to my husband and give them to him and not even have a hint of it myself. So let's just put it that way. So I am so afraid that I might end up being a carrier. And I don't want that on my head or my shoulders, that maybe I've given something to somebody that could potentially kill them. So I just really want you guys to stay safe and be careful. I love all of you. We're humans, and not one human life is not important. Every human on this planet, every human being on this planet is important. Remember that. So stay safe yourself, but follow the rules, not just for you. Follow the rules for this complete stranger that's sitting next to you that you have no idea, who may have a terminally ill family member with cancer, autoimmune disease, young kids, older elderly ones they're trying to take care of. You don't know this person, this total stranger that's standing next to you in the grocery aisle, or from Adam, but you don't know what they have to deal with in their personal lives. So you need to think about not just yourself, but everyone else out there. We can slow things down if we just start listening. And this is also preparing us for the bigger test that's coming in the future before Armageddon hits. And if we can't listen now, we definitely are not going to listen then, and we will lose our lives. So I'm signing off, and I care about all of you, every one of you. Please stay safe and take care of yourselves. Actually, still morning, so good morning. I just wanted to come on because the fact that I know that sometimes then life gets you down, and you just want to give up on everything. To tell my personal story, I've been there. I've been a yo-yoer. I know what it's like. I know how hard life can be, how rough it can be. It's not easy some days when you're going through different things in your life. So what I wanted to do is to address some of that, because I know that a lot of you out there, my channel is about just life in general, relationships, helping people to get healthy, helping people to eat healthy, and generally that's what I'm trying to do with my channel. So the thing is, though, sometimes you yo-yo, and the reason why I'm going to use my personal experience. Okay, my personal experience is this: I was doing really good with getting healthy, staying healthy, and then I just got to where I gave up and got tired, and it wasn't even anything bad was going on in my life at the time. I just wasn't making the time and making the room for working out. I was getting, every time it seemed like it would happen to me, it was because I was getting used to a new job. I went from one retail place to another. And then
I was trying to get used to a new work schedule and the way that they would work me and things like that. And then that would just throw off my whole workout schedule because I would be tired when I got out of work, or I'd sleep in too late in the morning. And then there went my time for being able to get a workout in. So same thing happened to me when I got to my next job. I started out as a department manager where I'm at now. And when I did, I was working 7 to 4 or 5 days a week. So here again, I was trying to adjust to a new schedule, and it was making it hard for me again to get into a groove of working out every day after I got off at 4 o'clock because, well, I just was tired. So everybody has things that happen in life that kind of throw them off schedule. And then I was getting back into doing really good because I stepped down as a DM and just become a regular associate and less stress. Didn't have to worry about much. I wasn't responsible for anything or department. So even when I wasn't tried to explain, I was not the one who messed up all this stuff that had been messed up that I got yelled at for the last time that made me step down. It still was on me because I was a department manager, and I said, forget this. I'm done. I'm done with being a boss because I don't care if it's a little boss. I'm done with being a boss. I want to come to work, do my job, and go home without any stress. Point blank. So I gave that part up. So then I was getting really good at working out again. I was eating healthy. I was working out. And then, then something else stressful happened. We had a garage fire. Everything in our garage burned to the ground. We had a brand new car in there, and we were so excited about this brand new car. We made a pact because my husband's a car guy that, I got the first new car. Now my car is probably 15, 16 years old because he's really good at keeping it up because, like I said, he's a car guy. So he knows what he's doing with maintenance and detailing and everything else. I still get compliments on my car, even though it's that old. It's crazy. So it's kind of cool, actually, to have somebody that's really good with stuff like that. That's my husband's specialty, and it's his hobby. So we wanted him to have the next brand new car. And all his tools, all his mechanicking, auto tools, everything, detailing supplies, all that stuff, everything just went poof in a matter of hours. It was the most stressful thing for us, one of the most stressful things we've ever been through. Let's just put it that way, because, after that, me and my husband really understood how people, anytime we would see in the news somebody had a house fire, or there was a hurricane or tornadoes that tore the people's houses apart where they had nothing. We felt blessed because we still had our house. There's people who have nothing after a fire, absolutely nothing. And we thought it was devastating enough to lose everything that we had in our garage. I can't even imagine what some of these people out there go through. But because of that, I gave up working out for a while because I was so stressed out. I was depressed. I wasn't sleeping good. For a little bit, and to explain it, when you have something like that happen, that's that traumatic. You go through a period of time where you cannot sleep. You just can't. You try to go to bed at night and go to sleep. And I remember the very first night after it happened, I remember it was time to go to bed. We left our cats upstairs because we felt they had a traumatic experience the night before too. They were freaking out. All the sirens, firefighters, all the screaming, yelling, everything, the back and forth going on, and they were hiding. And I was constantly going and checking on them because I was worried about them when they finally gave us the go ahead to come back into the house. And because our garage was really close to our house, guys. And the flames were getting pretty high, and we were this close to our house catching fire. So we were like standing there watching and cringing, just like, please, 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 please get this out, because it's about ready to go. The flames are about to jump to the house, and we were so freaked out. But anyway, that night, the night after, I literally started crying and shaking. Because I was so scared it was going to happen again. It's like, and so then I asked some of my friends, I even put a post status message up on my Facebook, and I asked some of my friends, has any of you been through this? traumatic experience that, caused you this kind of problem? Did you have a problem for a while with sleeping? Did you, have panic attacks? Did you spaz out because you're afraid to go to sleep? You're afraid to lay down because you're afraid it's going to happen again. So because of that knocked my workouts out of the way for a while because I wasn't getting the rest I needed. And so it just was making it hard. And I'm still trying to eat healthy, but it wasn't the same. You have to eat healthy and you have to keep moving. You have to combine both of them together or you don't get the results that you want. So then instead of my weight was starting to go down. Everyone at work knew I'd been working on it. They were really proud of me. They were telling me how good I was looking and la da da. And then, yeah. So then I start trying to do it again. And then my little Grayson here, which you can't see, sound asleep next to me, ended up with cancer in his eye. Everything was finally going to come together and we were going to be able to relax, correct? No. He ended up with cancer. He had melanoma cancer in one of his eyes. And my vet said we were very lucky because we caught it early enough that it did not spread anywhere else but into his eye once the results came back. And the university basically said, in Champaign basically said what would happen is if he caught it again, it would end up being a big tumor in his stomach. And in that it would have went to his stomach because of where it was in his eye. And that's how it would have grown. And so, we almost lost him. That was traumatic for us too. When he first came home, he was so scared, in so much pain and so disoriented. Me and my husband did not get any sleep that night because every little noise that we heard, we were worried it was him. And he had an accident because he couldn't figure out how to get out of from under the blankets into the litter box fast enough. And this cat never does that. And it was horrible. And we knew that was probably because he was in pain. And he was disoriented and we couldn't get medicine down him because we were freaking out about his stitches because the way we were having to hold him still to try to get it shoved down his throat. Oh, let's just put it that way. That week was really rough. I didn't get much sleep because he wanted mommy, because I didn't spaz out as bad as my husband did. And so he wanted me. And so he slept on my chest like this all night long, every night. And I was afraid to move because I knew he was recovering from surgery and I didn't want to accidentally hurt him. So it was just like, I'm sitting here like this all night long. So then here goes my working out again out the window. And by the first week was over, he was starting to get a little better. Things were starting to calm down. The stitches were taken out. He was healing really well. He was starting to acclimate to having one eye. And then we found out the news about his mom. His mom had been sick for years, but then we found out this diagnosis was pretty bad, that we probably would have her in 6 months to a year. And my husband and I went to go take the new car over. Well, I didn't go, my husband did, and to take the new car over because finally things were coming together. We were replacing stuff, and our new garage was built. We were replacing stuff in it. We finally got our new car back. We were so happy that day when we took it over there. She was so weak, even though she was that weak. She was so happy for her son that things were coming around, that she was determined to walk out and see that car. She got out there, and you guys, she couldn't get back into the house. She couldn't take any more steps. My husband and my father-in-law had to carry her back into the house. That's how weak she has gotten. And it's just like, whew, So my point is this: don't give up, because things happen. But when the moment that you say, forget it, I'm not doing this anymore, who cares if I'm not healthy? Who cares? Nobody cares about me anyway. Wrong. You need to care about yourself first, because then you can be there for others. If you don't take care of yourself, your health isn't good enough. You're always tired. You're lethargic. You can't move fast when somebody needs you the most. So it's really important to work on your health. And you cannot give up. You're going to have setbacks. But don't let the setbacks get you down to the point that you're just going to throw the towel in and never try again. Look where I am now. Okay? Because then that summer, I started pushing really hard, eating really healthy, working out every day, eating super healthy. And I'm here talking to you now. I would not be doing this if I had given up. You see where I'm coming from? So don't give up on yourself. Keep fighting, keep working, because you're worth it. You are so worth it. And I know sometimes too, you get into a workout, and sometimes I do easy ones, sometimes I do hard ones, and then you go and work out with Bob Harper, you work out with Jillian Michaels, you work out with all these other, professional trainers, and it gets rough. Some of the workouts are hard. You're like dying 5 minutes into the workout, and you're like, throw the towel in. I'm done. No. See, here's what's really cool about your body. Your body can handle all that. Your body can handle the change. Why does Jillian push you so hard? Why does these personal trainers that you work with in person push you so hard? Think about it. It's because they know your body can do a lot more than you think. You have a mental block and you're saying, I can't do that. As soon as you say, there's no way, I can't do that, your body shuts down. You shut down. You give up. You don't do that. You're really like, oh, they want me to try this. Okay, let's see how many reps I can do. Let's see how far down I can go in that squat. Let's see how far I can go into that lunge. First day, you're like, I'm dying. I can hardly even get down. I can't even get halfway into the squat. I'm frustrated. Okay, get through the workout and you just barely got through it. You barely got through the moves. Day 2 comes. You do the same workout over again. And like, wait a minute, I'm sore as can be. I can hardly move, but for some reason, it's not hurting me as bad today. For some reason, I'm actually getting deeper into that squat and that lunge. Third day comes around. All of a sudden, your soreness is starting to disappear. You're still a little bit sore from it, but not nearly as sore. You do the workout the third day, getting way down into those lunges, way down into those squats. And you're like, okay, I know I'm going to be sore the next day, but it's going to be worth it, because guess what? I actually was able to go down as far as they were. I was able to do as many reps as they were. I was able to keep up with their speed. Day 4 comes. These weights are too light. So what do? You add weight on. You get down into that squat and that lunge as deep as they are and with heavier weights. How the heck did I do that? Heavier weights. I did it. Okay, day 5 comes. Now you're creating what is called muscle memory. So when you hit day 5, you're like pumping it out. I mean, you are rocking it. You're going as fast as they are. You're going as deep as they are. You're doing as heavy as weights as they are, if not heavier than them. And you're like, ha, they're only lifting X amount of weights. But guess what? I'm pumping this much weights while I'm doing the same workout with these people in this video. And I'm doing even harder than them. Why? You did not give up. That is why. What happens is your body gets stronger each time you work out. So when you have a new workout that's been given to you, instead of just doing that workout once and then reverting back to an easier workout, force your body to try to do that workout for 5 days. Guarantee you by the end of the 5th day, you are going to be doing so good with that workout. You will be extremely proud of yourself. And you'll be like, I cannot believe I just did this. I cannot believe I was able to get down that far. I can't believe I was able to do that many reps. I can't believe that I can handle doing this. I never thought I would ever be able to do a push-up. I never thought I would be able to do that move. And now I'm doing it. It's an accomplishment. And when you hit those accomplishments, it makes you proud of yourself, because you are not only retraining your body. That's basically what you got to do. That's why a lot of times when you do workouts, they not just call it a workout. They don't just call it exercising. They call it training, because it's just like how did you learn how to do math problems when you were in school? Did you just walk out into school and automatically know what 2 + 2 was when you were like in kindergarten, 1st grade? I don't think so. Not unless your parents were already teaching you at home. You didn't know what 2 + 2 was. You didn't know what 1 + 1 was. You didn't know 4 × 4. You didn't know any of that. How did you learn? You kept doing it every day. I have math class every day. Oh, great. It's time for math again. I hate this subject. I hate it. I'm horrible at math. But guess what? Before you knew it, you're going through all these timetables and be like, da, 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 da. and you knew the answers to all of them. Am I correct? How did that happen? You trained your mind, trained your brain. Did you give up? Your teacher didn't let you give up, did she? Him or her did not let you give up. They made you keep on it and keep on it. I got an F this time. Oh my gosh, I got an A plus by the end of the month on this same thing. Why? Because I kept trying. I trained my brain. They train you. That's what school is about, is they teach you, they train you, you learning. That's the same with your body. You are training your body. You're learning. Your muscles are learning. The very first day, your muscles are like, what in the world are you doing to me? That's what your muscles are telling you that day. That's why you can't get down as far into those moves. That's why you can't do as many reps, because your body is like, you expected me to do what right now? Did you want to do algebra the first day you heard about it? Probably not. Did you want to do fractions first day you heard about it? Probably not. So what do you think your body is thinking right now? First day into the workout. Heck no, I don't want to do that. But what happens when you do it every day in succession, each day your body's like, you're making me do this again. Okay, let's go for this. Let's see how I do. And then your body starts getting acclimated and comfortable, just like your brain gets used to the math problems. So does your body physically gets used to the workout moves. Next thing you know, you're probably getting stronger than your trainer, the person who's teaching you. Why? You're doing better than your trainer, the person who's teaching you. Why? Because you didn't give up. And you keep fighting and you keep working for it. So there is my thing. Don't give up. Do not give up. You're so worth it. So keep moving, keep eating healthy, and don't give up on yourself. Because like I just said, you're worth it. Your body's worth it. And the more you do, the easier it becomes. And the more proud you will be. You're going to look in that mirror. If you have a mirror in front of you, when you exercise, I strongly suggest that if you don't, that you try it for a little bit. Get a mirror, or if you can see your reflection in your TV screen, whatever it may be, when you're doing your workout, okay? Watch yourself as well as watching your personal trainer or whatever workout videos you're doing. Watch the workout video, but peek at yourself in that mirror. First day, you're going to be like, eh. When you hit day 5, you're going to notice a difference in the way your body is looking. You're going to look in that mirror and you're going to go, did I just see a muscle popping out when I went down into that lunge? Did I just see my arms all of a sudden have muscles popping out when I did those curls? Trust me, you're going to see some change. And the harder you work, the more you'll change. Change doesn't happen if it's easy. I'll say it again. Change does not happen if it's easy. You want it to be hard, and you want to go hard, because that's when you're going to see the results. Have a great day.
My Instagram and my TikTok. Whatever you do, keep moving, keep eating healthy. Don't ever give up. Let's relax together. Close your eyes and imagine yourself on the beach. It's sunny outside. You're looking at the sun. Beautiful white clouds are filling the sky as you're listening to the sounds of the beach, the whales, the dolphins. As they're going by, imagine how pretty the skyline is right now as you're looking up and staring up at the sky. Just watching them slowly drifting and flowing by, imagining the different shapes that they're taking form, trying to pick out different shapes, and meditating on them and the sounds around you and how beautiful it is. Take some deep breaths and relax. Just totally let go all the stresses, all the anxiety that you've been feeling in your life today. Relax, unwind, and get lost in the sounds.
Have a great night, everyone.
Picture in here of a tiger with her cubs that actually was taken by a friend, and I stole it from her because I seen this. Hold on to your hope. The sunset was unusually pretty that night. She was looking out as at the ocean waves was hitting the beach. She smiled as she thought about how different life was now. Everything was so calm, serene, and peaceful. No stress like it used to be. Nothing like what it was in the old world. Times was at times so stressful. She thinks back to the day she was 19 and was on a girls' trip with her closest friend and got the news that her dad had passed. She had no job to help her mom with the bills. They were tight soon. A lot of things were tight until her dad's retirement kicked in. She and her mom lived on cheap food and barely scraped by, but still found time to entertain friends and help ones in need. She had a young suitor looking for her attention, but she turned him down. As time passed, they ended up marrying. Their marriage at times, just like life, was like a roller coaster ride, but they always came out on top, thanks to their strong faith. As time went on, things and stresses increased. Wars, violence, immorality, things she remembered reading about in a book that once felt was old and out of date. But it wasn't. She loved that book. She'd seen the things in it being fulfilled all around her, that she read in it. Then, how can a book that fulfills prophecy still in her time be out of date? Things started getting really rough. There was a pandemic that came, and things were out. Food, and sometimes foods and different staples was not even able to be bought. She sighed and remembered how much her and her husband struggled, both working full-time, sometimes very stressful at their jobs, but they kept going to make ends meet. She had hope for a future so real she could taste it, where no longer would they struggle, but now things would get worse before they got better. Both her and her husband had lost parents, but held out hope to one day be reunited with them. She knew it was going to get rougher, but she had faith and hope in the things unseen. One day, all of a sudden, the world stopped. It just happened all overnight. They said they got everything under control. Finally, all governments were at peace with one another. No more fighting. They were in agreement, but just one thing they asked to be stopped. No more practicing your faith. No religion. Then everyone would be at peace at heart. She looked at her husband. What? Wait. Is this for real? Is this it? Is this really happening? They both smiled at each other, nervous because they knew what this really means. Are we ready for the final test? It's here. Will we be strong enough to stand our ground? They said to one another. They grabbed each other's hands and prayed. At first, it was peaceful. Nothing bad was happening. But within a few weeks, again, overnight, it turned upside down. That's when they found out that there was an untold number of people that did not renounce their faith, and they began one by one hunting them down. She thought, it's still so clear when me and my husband were dragged into the street with others like them holding fast to their faith. They were put in the middle. This is it, she said to her husband. Remember, even if they should kill all of us right now, because we won't give up, he will bring us back again. Then the group united made them more mad because they began to sing, courage, give us courage, help us always see there are more with us than against us, courageous let me be. As guns began to fire, she looked at her husband in disbelief. The bullets didn't touch them, not one of them, and they sang louder. They tried everything, guns, throwing torches, grenades, nothing was touching them. They grew afraid. It was at that moment everyone's eyes was opened. You could see them, hundreds of them, forming a barrier around them. Men in white. Wait! They're not men. They're angels. In that instant, one by one, they fell and perished until all over the world they were gone. The untold number stood strong, left unharmed. Is this real? Could this be the end of Armageddon? Everyone turned to each other, crying, smiling, hugging, singing praises. "We did it. We made it," she said to her husband. As she watched the stars come out over the ocean, she heard a familiar laugh and a voice, and it was a familiar whistle behind her. It was her husband and her dad joining her. "How was your day?" she asked the guys. Her husband replied, "Always wonderful. Never a bad day. Just one more was resurrected today, and your dad and I almost got the Moore family's house finished just in time for them to welcome back their 8-year-old daughter who died of cancer." "Dad," she asked, "how is Kevin doing?" "Well," her dad replied, "since you've been busy cooking for everyone all day and taking care of newly resurrected ones and walking with Princess and her cubs, and Kevin, that was keeping Kevin company. Princess is a black panther that she was fond of. Her and her cubs visited every morning." She smiled. "Good, I'm glad. Maybe Princess would like sleeping on our rug by the bed again tonight." Suddenly, they heard a whale call in the distance. She looked at her dad, who loved animals and swimming as much as she did. "Looks like Sparky is here to say hi." Sparky is a killer whale, or an okra. "What do you say, Dad? Should we go for a swim?" She's always dreamed of being able to go swimming with killer whales every day. Now she can. "I missed you so much, Dad. I'm so glad you've been resurrected." "Let's go, he said. "I'll race you over to Sparky." "Ha ha, you know I'm determined to win this time," as she smiled at him. They went the next morning. She rose early to watch the sunrise, and there was Princess and her cubs, and her beautiful cubs, there to greet her as they do every morning. As she walked with Princess and her cubs, she was greeted by Rose, who, till after Armageddon, was wheelchair bound. "Hello, Rose. Want to help with breakfast? I hear we are welcoming back some resurrected ones today." Rose, with a smile, "You know I always enjoy our mornings together. And let's make something special as they get back into the house." Rose's husband greets them. He was deaf till after Armageddon, and now he hears perfectly. Some started showing up as they set the food out, and others like them, holding fast to their arrived, everyone, with baskets of food. And there comes John, who was blind in the old world, and his wife, Marie, who was paralyzed by a stroke. Now both of them in perfect health. All of a sudden, her husband and father-in-law, sister-in-law, dad, and her mom come running up, super excited. They are started talking. "I wonder who's next. Maybe today we see my mother-in-law again, who died from a weak heart and cancer." Her and her husband both stayed by her side till she took her last breath. They waited excitedly to see who it was. All of a sudden, they caught sight of her. "No way, this can't be," but it was her. To her, finally, so many friends, family has been welcomed back. But finally, her husband was going to spend time catching up with his mom. They ran and couldn't get to her fast enough, tears of joy filling their eyes as they once again got to hug her and talk to her. That day, as the day went on, she stayed busy taking care of animals that came by and fixing meals, as well as helping young ones who had been resurrected but did not have parents, as she rubbed her stomach because she, for her first time ever, was expecting a child. In the old world, she wasn't able to get pregnant, but now she's able to. But this one time, it was so different because finally her husband's parents were all here and back. Her brother and sister surely made it to the other side of the world by now, making and meeting all kinds of friends. After all, it was true, genuine peace now, nothing holding anyone back. Peaceful, friendly, everyone, everywhere you go, is kind and hospitable. As she looked around, she smiled. African, Asian, Spanish, Arabian, Pakistan, Indian, German, Russian, French, all of them laughing, hugging, dancing together, and sharing food. This is finally it, the real life. that she and her husband have been fighting for and waiting for so long. It's such a joy to get up looking in her early 20s, full of energy and health, with a smile, ready and joyful, looking forward to what each day would bring, knowing it would bring nothing but peace and happiness. Just remember, it is promised one day this will be real. Now you understand a little more about me and my beliefs and why I try so hard to stick into doing things correctly, because these are things I'm looking forward to. Aren't you? Do you have somebody you lost in death that you want to see again? Do you want to be there? I'm turning this into a two-parter for my mom, so hang on with me right here. We're going to do it one more time, and this time I'm going to read the poem that I wrote. And this is special. Like I said, this is just mainly for my mom, but I want her to share it with anybody she wants to, because this is for her, special for her. Okay, so my other thing was I wrote a poem called Imagine. I'm kind of hoping that the story in the poem helps you relax and maybe helps you get a good night's sleep. So here we go. Imagine a world of peace. Imagine waking up 100 years of age with no wrinkles and looking like you're in your 20s. Imagine everyone you see is kind, loving, and compassionate and respectful. Imagine a world where you can approach lions, bears, cubs without any fear of harm. Imagine every morning waking up to the most beautiful sunsets and sitting on your porch looking at every star in the sky, no city lights distracting you, distorting them. Imagine not having to lock your doors because there is no crime, no wars, no one to harm you. Imagine a world with no COVID pandemics, no pain from autoimmune diseases. Imagine a world where no one is blind, no one needs wheelchairs, no cancer, everyone has perfect health. Imagine a world without racism. Everyone is treated within the same, no class distinctions, no one hungry, no one homeless, abundant food and buildings to live in. Imagine never losing someone you love and care about to death. Imagine instead of hospitals or morgues, there is buildings called resurrection homes. Imagine someone you love and lost in death walking to meet you and knowing they're never going to leave you again. Imagine this is not just an inspiring poem, but this is reality. There you go. If you enjoyed this poem, you enjoyed my story, don't forget to subscribe, like, comment, and share.
Have you ever wondered what life would be like if for one moment you could disappear from the world? Leave a note to your loved ones and walk away without a trace. Have you ever wondered, do you really make a difference in anybody's life? Have you wondered, if you were gone, would anyone care? Have you ever wondered, if you stopped all your social media accounts, but YouTube, since I'm a YouTube creator, and I know a lot of YouTube creators, would anybody notice? Would you be missed? Like Katy Perry said, throw away your phone and find out who really cares for you. Have you ever wondered, if you did, would anyone care enough to find a way to look for you and find you again so they know you were okay? Or because they missed your voice, your smile, and the way you would talk or text with them? If one day you never showed up for work, would any of your coworkers care? Have you wondered, would they shrug their shoulders and say, well, guess we need to hire somebody new to help the others, without a care in the world or a thought about you? Have you ever had these thoughts? Have you ever wondered if you meant anything to anyone at all? Or were they just being kind, but would be glad you're not around anymore? If you have, you are not alone. Have you really wondered? I know sometimes I do. To disappear, to forget everything, to clear your head, and when you return, will anyone be happy to see you? And the reason I wrote this poem is because, I don't want anybody to worry. Hey, Hey, Max, and hey, the Stock Explorer. Um, so I wrote this poem because this is deep, okay? Because, I've had these thoughts in my head sometimes. I think we all have. We've all been so stressed out with life that we just want to leave everything behind, throw it all away, like Katy Perry says in song, throw my phone away, find out who really cares for me, because the ones who really care for me are going to figure out how to find me if I no longer can text, they can't call me no more, they can't talk to me on social media anymore. They're going to find a way to find me. That's what Katy Perry is saying in that song. Throw my phone away and find out who really cares for me. So the thing is about life is we get super stressed and so wrapped up in our stress, in things that are going on, that sometimes we cannot clear our heads. We can't really be ourselves the way we need to be because we're so stressed out with work life. Suck Explorer says Walmart sucks. Yes, it does. I meant that. Then it just makes it hard. And so I contemplate some days. I wonder what would happen if I ever disappeared. If I just walked away from my life. Everybody thought I was dead and gone. Nobody knew that I was alive. I went and lived in the mountains for a while and came back home. Would my husband be happy to see me? Would my family be happy to see me? Would my workmates at work be happy to see me? Would my job be willing to let me reapply and welcome me back with open arms? More than likely not. Huh, your work don't care about you. You're just a number that they can replace in 2 seconds.
The fact that I'm helping with my mom and stuff, and also it's not like a big thing that's going on with her, but I'm helping her out. And I think about people, and a lot of times they're like, oh, why do I have to work out? Why do I have to eat healthy? Why do I need to take care of myself? Why do you need to do all those things? There's reasons why you need to do it. Okay, you're going to go to a doctor, and a doctor, what are they going to tell you? If you don't eat the right foods, you're going to end up with high cholesterol and heart problems, right? You don't eat healthy and you don't eat the right foods and exercise regularly every day, you're going to end up with diabetes. Okay, those are obvious things. Obvious health issues that can be caused from being overweight is diabetes, high cholesterol, heart condition. You can end up with having bad knee problems, bad foot problems because of the extra weight that you're putting on your knees and your feet. Those are all obvious, right, as to why you would want to eat healthy. But here's the thing that I'm thinking about, and this has really been on my mind, so I'm going to come on and share this. If this doesn't motivate you to want to be healthy for yourself, then nothing will. I know everybody out there, I don't care who you are, have somebody that you care about deeply, somebody that you want to always be there for. And if something happens to them, you would be the first one there to help them out of the situation that they're in, because that's how much you love them and care about them. Am I correct? So if you are like that and you think about that person that you always want to make sure that you're ready to jump and be there for at any given moment in time, think about them. Now, focus on that for a minute. What would happen if you weren't taking care of your health? What would happen if you ended up having a bad heart attack and died? What would happen to them, especially if that person is somebody that not only needs, and not only that you would be there for in a heartbeat, but also that person is depending on you. Maybe it's a child, maybe it's a parent who has health issues, maybe it's your one of your siblings, is something like that. Okay. And if you aren't taking care of your health and you end up bad sick, then there's a problem, because then you're not able to help them. Because if you're down and you're bedridden, or you're not able to handle lifting or exert yourself, very much, because within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you're tired, you're worn out, then there's a problem, because you cannot be there for that person that you want to be there for all the time. So you have to take care of your health, and you have to take care of yourself first. Okay. So I have two examples that I want to share with you quickly, and that are real life examples that are going on right now. One, I feel like I need to continue to take good care of myself, because now my mom is 84 years old, and she is needing extra help. I'm going to share mine first. And with her situation, because she cannot bend over to take care of her foot. So she needs me and my brother. to help her. So I go every morning. My brother goes every evening, and we're helping her until she gets healed and get her health under control and get her taken care of. If I was not eating healthy, if I was not trying to get proper rest, if I was not keeping up my exercise routine, I would not have the energy or the strength that I needed to be over there every single day to take care of her. I would be down sick myself, and I would be no good to anybody, correct? So that's the first example. I have a boss at work that right now is in the hospital with pneumonia. Now, this boss is giving her life to the company to the point that it doesn't matter how bad she feels. She is at work. She never misses a day of work. She comes in on her days off. She comes in on her vacation time. She comes in, and if things aren't looking as good as she thinks they should on the night that she's closing, she will stay at the store until 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning getting it corrected. What has happened to her? She has grandkids who depend on her. She has family who depend on her. And now she is down sick and she's in the hospital. Is she any good to her friends or her family right now? No, because she's down sick and in the hospital. How many times have all of us told her, you need to take care of yourself so you can be there for others? And we'd see her come in on her day off and we'd yell at her and be like, go home. You don't need to be here. You need to be at home resting or doing something with your family. You don't need to be at work right now. When we get ready to leave for our shifts and we see she was staying over, go home. You don't need to be here. It'll be here again tomorrow. It's going to be okay. No, she would not do that. She would not take care of herself. Well, her body has forced her to take care of herself. A lot of times when you get pneumonia, I know I'm not a doctor or a nurse, but I can guarantee you a lot of times pneumonia does not come on from just, regular everyday exertion. It comes on because you start out with a bad sinus infection or a bad respiratory infection. And what happens when you do not drink proper fluids, do not go to the doctor to get the proper antibiotics, and don't get your proper rest? It continues to get worse instead of better, right? Correct? That's what happens when you're sick and you don't listen to your body and get the rest that you need. So that's what happened. She was exerting herself, even though she was sick. She was determined. She wasn't missing work. She was staying over. She was coming in early. She was moving earlier than she was supposed to be. And boom, and now her body said, that's it. You're done. You need your rest. And it's forcing her. Don't make your body force you to get that rest. You need to get that rest before it gets to that point. Because then you get to that point and then you can't be there for nobody. She's no good to anybody if she's laying in a hospital bed where she is right now. Is she able to help her friends and family or grandkids, people that she loves and cares about? No. Is she able to get her job done at work? No, because she's in a hospital bed. If she had made sure she was getting the proper fluids and the proper rest and taking care of herself, then likely she would not be in this situation. But not guaranteed, because there is things like, we know the situation that's going on in the world right now where you end up sick and, you may be a perfectly healthy person and take care of your health and those things happen. So sometimes it's not always that situation. But I see a lot of people go through this and time and again. Their bodies will force them to get the rest. And usually it's not in a very good way. It can cause you to be to the point where you can't do anything at all for a long period of time. Hey, how are you, Max? Nice to see you. So it's just, you got to take care of yourself. It's so important, okay? And I have a work friend of mine, and they're going through, her mom is getting older, and she worries because one of her sister is autistic, and she takes very good care of her sister. She takes on the whole weight of the responsibility of helping her mom with her. Okay. And if she wasn't taking care of her health, she would have the same problem, right? So, and right now they're getting everything switched around so she can become her sister's legal guardian. Okay. And I'm very proud of her because that's how much she cares about her sister. She's willing to take that responsibility on. But right now she's been working on her health. I've been helping her the last year. And she's progressed. She's lost about 3 to 4 pant sizes, and she's losing it slow, but
that's the best way to lose it, is to lose it slow, because you keep it off. But she really is determined that she's going to get healthy so she can be there for her sister and her family. But she could go the other way and say, I don't care. They'll be fine. I'll be fine. I don't need to be healthy. I don't need to work on this. She realizes the importance of taking care of herself so she can take care of her sister as time goes on. She realizes she needs to be able to be there for her. So that's what I came on for, because the being healthy and getting healthy is so much more than just, there's just about maybe having high cholesterol or diabetes or heart attack or bad knee trouble or foot trouble from being overweight. So much more. Being healthy for yourself means you can take care of others and be there for ones that you love. So that is my whole reason for coming on today. Whatever you do, please, please take care of your health. Take care of yourself. You have to be number one on taking care of yourself, okay? Nobody can make you do that. You have to do that. You have to have the mindset and determination to take care of yourself. And that is so important to do. Hi, Natalie. I'm doing pretty good, Max. Thank you for joining me today. And Natalie, so good to see you, girly. But make sure, that's before I sign off, take care of yourself, okay? You are important, but then you are important to somebody else. Remember that. Somebody else out there loves you, and they're depending on you. Even if they're not telling you every day, even if they don't come out and say that they're depending on you and that they love you, they do. So make sure you take care of your health, not just for health reasons, but because of those you love and want to be there for. Whatever you do, keep moving, keep eating healthy. Don't give up. That's what I always stress to everybody. Do not give up on yourself. You are so worth it. Your loved ones who need you are worth it. So get moving, keep moving, keep trying. You will get there. Don't forget to check me out on Facebook, my TikTok, and my Instagram. Have a wonderful day, everybody, and thank you so much for joining me today.
Hey, you. Yes, you. I'm talking to you. Did you know how amazing you really are? That you are amazing. Look in the mirror at yourself right now. I'm challenging you, get over to that mirror. You're handsome. You're beautiful. You're smart. You're witty. You're intelligent. You are unique. Everyone, you have something unique to this world. And nothing can take that away from you. You're special. You got so much to work for, so many results to get and to obtain. So keep going, keep moving, keep eating healthy. Don't give up, because you, my friend, you are unique and you are special. So go get them. In a chair or in your bed, wherever you are, and getting ready to relax. For me, these are all pictures I've taken over time. And if I'm in it, of course, somebody else took it. We're going to do an exercise really quick together. I want you to concentrate on your body. I want you to relax every muscle in your body, from your head down to your toes, from your toes up to your head. I want you to become so relaxed within your forehead and within your jawline that you actually can slightly feel your mouth opening up. Concentrate on how your body is feeling right now and concentrate on making it relax. Okay, that's the first thing I would like you to do for me. The second thing I want you to do for me is I want you to take some deep breaths. Deep breaths will help you to calm down and to relax so that you can really enjoy what I'm about to read to you. So inhale, exhale, release all the stresses that is going on in your life and in your mind and your body. Get rid of them right now. I want you to relax. I don't want you to concentrate on anything. I want you to go to your happy place. Clear your mind, go to your happy place. Release all that stress that you're feeling right now. keep doing this for me? Alrighty, I'm going to give you a backstory and we will begin. This story is about a beautiful Shulamite maiden. She is the most beautiful in all of the lands, and there is a king that is chasing her, that is after her affection, but she doesn't want the king. She is deeply and madly in love with a young shepherd boy, but the king does everything he can to get her attention, to make her notice him. But all she can think about is her shepherd boy. Let's begin. May he kiss me with the kisses of his mouth, for your expressions of affection are better than wine. The fragrance of your oils is pleasant. Your name is like a fragrant oil poured out. That is why the young women love you. Take me with you. Let us run. The king has brought me into his interior rooms. Let us be joyful and rejoice in you. Let us praise your expressions of affection more than wine. Rightly they love you. I am dark, but lovely, O daughters of Jerusalem, like the tents of Kedar, like the tents cloths of Solomon. Do not stare at me because I am swarthy, because the sun has gazed upon me. The sons of my mother were angry with me. They appointed me the keeper of the vineyards. But my own vineyard I did not keep. Tell me, you whom I love so much, where you pasture your flock, where you have them lie down at midday. Why should I be like a woman wrapped in a veil among the flocks of your companions? If you do not know, O most beautiful of women, go follow the tracks of the flock and pasture your young goats next to the tents of the shepherds. I liken you, my beloved, to a mare among the chariots of pharaohs. Your cheeks are lovely with ornaments, your neck with strings of beads. We will make for you gold ornaments, studded with silver, while the king sits at his round table. My perfume gives off the fragrance. My dear one is to me like a fragrant bath of myrrh, spending the night between my breasts. My dear one is to me like a cluster of henna among the vineyards of Engada. Look, you are beautiful, my beloved. Look, you are beautiful. Your eyes are those of doves. Look, you are beautiful, my dear one, and delightful. Our bed is among the foliage. The beams of our house are cedars. Our rafters are juniper trees. I am but a saffron of the coastal plain, a lily of the valleys. Like a lily among thorns is my beloved among the daughters. Like an apple tree among the trees of the forest, so is my dear one among the sons. I passionately desire to sit in his side and in his shade, and his fruit is sweet to my taste. He brought me into the banquet house, and his banner over me was love. Refresh me with raisin and cakes, sustain me with apples, for I am lovesick. His hand is under my head, and his right hand embraces me. I put you under oath, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the gazelles and the does of the field. Do not try to waken or arouse my love in me until it feels inclined. The sound of my dear one, look, here he comes, climbing the mountains, leaping over the hills. My dear one is like a gazelle, like a young stag. There he is, standing behind our wall, gazing through the windows, looking through the lattices. My dear one speaks. He says to me, rise up, my beloved, my beautiful one. Come away with me. Look, the winter has passed. The rains are over and gone. Blossoms have appeared in the land. The time of pruning has arrived, and the song of the turtle dove is heard in our land. The fig tree ripens in its early figs. The vines are in blossom and give off the fragrance. Rise up, my beloved, and come, my beautiful one. Come away with me. O my dove, in the retreats of the crag, in the recesses of the cliff. Let me see you and hear your voice, for your voice is pleasant and your appearance is lovely. Catch the foxes for us, the little foxes that ruined the vineyards, for the vineyards are in bloom. My dear one is mine, and I am his. He is shepherding among the lilies, until the day grows breezy and the shadows flee. Return quickly, O my dear one, like the gazelle or the young stag upon a mountain of separation. Upon my bed during the nights I sought the one I love. I sought him, but I did not find him. I will arise and roam the city, in the streets and in the public squares. Let me seek the one I love. I sought him, but I did not find him. The watchmen making their rounds in the city found me. Have you seen the one I love? Scarcely had I passed by them when I found the one I love. I held on to him. I would not let him go until I brought him into my mother's house, into the interior room of her where she conceived me. I put you under oath, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the gazelles and the does of the field. Do not try to awaken or arouse love in me until it feels inclined. What is this coming up from the wilderness like columns of smoke, perfumed with myrrh and frankincense, with all the fragrant powders of the merchant? Look, it is the couch belonging to Solomon. 60 mighty men surround it, and the mighty men of Israel, all of them armed with sword and trained in warfare, each with his sword at his side, to guard against the terrors of the night. It is the royal litter of King Solomon that he made for himself from the trees of Lebanon. Its pillars he made of silver, its supports of gold. Its seat is of purple wool. Its interiors has lovingly decorated by the daughters of Jerusalem. Go out, O daughters of Zion. Gaze at King Solomon wearing the wedding crown his mother made for him on the day of his marriage, on the day of his heart's rejoicing. Look, you are beautiful, my beloved. Look, you are beautiful. Your eyes are those of doves behind your veil. Your hair is like a flock of goats streaming down the mountains of Gilead. Your teeth are like a flock of newly shorn sheep that have come up from being washed, all of them bearing twins, and not one has lost her young. Your lips are like a scarlet thread, and your speech is delightful, like a segment of pomegranate are your cheeks behind your veil. Your neck is like the coned tower of David, built with courses of stone, upon which are hung 1,000 shields, all the circular shields of the mighty men. Your two breasts are like two fawns, the twins of a gazelle, that feed among the lilies, until the day grows breezy and the shadows flee. I will go my way to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. You are altogether beautiful, my beloved. There is no blemish in you. Come with me from Lebanon, my bride. Come with me from Lebanon. Descend from the peak of Amanah, from the peak of Sennar, the peak of Harmon, from the layers of the lions, from the mountains of leopards. You have captured my heart, my sister, my bride. You have captured my heart from with one glance of your eyes, with one pendant of your necklace. How beautiful your expressions of affection are, my sister, my bride. Your expressions of affection are far better than wine, and the fragrance of your perfume than any spice. Your lips, my bride, drip with honeycomb, with comb honey. Honey and milk are under your tongue, and the fragrance of your garments is like the fragrance of Lebanon. My sister, my bride, is like a locked garden, a spring sealed shut. Your suits are a paradise of pomegranates, with the choicest fruits, with henna, along with the spikenard plants. Spikenard and saffron came, and cinnamon, with all sorts of trees of frankincense, myrrh, and aloes. Man with all the finest perfumes. You are a garden spring, a well of fresh water and flowing streams from Lebanon. Awake, O north wind, come in, O south wind, breathe upon my garden, let its fragrance spread. Let my dear one come into his garden and eat its choicest fruits. I have entered my garden, O my sister, my bride. I have picked my myrrh and my spice. I have eaten my honeycomb and my honey. I have drunk my wine and my milk. Eat, dear friends, drink and become intoxicated with expressions of affection. I am asleep, but my heart is awake. There is the sound of my dear one knocking. Open to me, O my sister, my beloved, my dove, my flawless one, for my head is wet with dew, the locks of my hair with the moisture of the night. I have taken off my robe. Must I put it back on? I have washed my feet. Must I soil them again? My dear one withdrew his hands from the hole of the door, and my feelings for him were stirred. I got up and I opened to my dear one, my hands dripping with myrrh and my fingers with liquid myrrh onto the handles of the lock. I opened to the dear one, but my dear one had turned away. He had gone. I felt despair. When he departed, I sought him, but I did not find him. I called him, but he did not answer me. The watchmen making their rounds in the city found me. They struck me, wounded me. The watchmen of the walls took my shawl away from me. I put you under oath, O daughters of Jerusalem. If you find me, my dear one, tell him that I am love sick. How is your dear one better than any other dear one, you most beautiful of women? How is your dear one better than any other dear one? And that you put us under such an oath. My dear one is dazzling and ruddy. He stands out among 10,000. His head is gold, the finest gold. The locks of his hair are like waving palm fronds, as black as the raven. His eyes are like doves by streams of water, bathing themselves in milk, sitting by a brimming pool. His cheeks are like a bed of spices, mounds of scented herbs. His lips are lilies dripping with liquid myrrh. His hands are cylinders of gold, set like crystalline. His abdomen is polished ivory covered with sapphires. His legs are pillars of marble set on pedestals of the finest gold. He of his appearance is like Lebanon, as unrivaled as the cedars. His mouth is sweetness itself, and everything about him is desirable. This is my dear one. This is my beloved, O daughters of Jerusalem. Where has your dear one gone, O most beautiful woman? Which way did your dear one turn? Let us seek him with you. My dear one has gone down to his garden, to the beds of spice plants, to shepherd among the gardens, and to pick lilies. I am my dear one's, and my dear one's is mine. He is shepherding among the fields. You are as beautiful as Tirzah, my beloved, as lovely as Jerusalem, as breathtaking as armies around their banner. Turn your eyes away from me, for they overwhelm me. Your hair is like a flock of goats streaming down the slopes of Gideon. Your teeth are like a flock of sheep that have come up from being washed, all of them bearing twins, and not one has lost their young. Like a segment of pomegranate are your cheeks behind your veil. There may be 60 queens and 80 concubines and young women without number, but only one is my dove, my flawless one, the only one of her mother. She is the favorite of the one who bore her. The daughters see her, and they pronounce her happy, queens and concubines, and they praise her. Who is she who shines like the dawn, as beautiful as the full moon, as pure as the sunlight, as breathtaking as armies around their banners? I went down to the garden of nut trees to see the new growth in the valley, to see whether the vine had sprouted, whether the pomegranate trees had blossomed. Before I knew it, my desire had put me at the chariots of the noble people. Return, return, O Shulamite, return, return, that we may look upon you. Why do you gaze upon the Shulamite? She is like the dance of two companions. How beautiful your feet are in your sandals, O noble daughter. The curves of your thighs are like ornaments, the work of an artisan's hands. Your navel is a round bowl. May it never lack mixed wine. Your belly is a heap of wheat, encircled by lilies. Your two breasts are like two fawns, the twins of a gazelle. Your neck is like an ivory tower. Your eyes are like the pools of Heshbon by the gate of Bethrab. Your nose is like the tower of Lebanon, which looks towards Damascus. Your head crowns you like Carmel, and the locks of your hair are like purple wool. The king is captivated by the flowing tresses. How beautiful you are, and how pleasant you are, O beloved girl, above all exquisite delight. Your stature is like a palm tree, and your breasts are like date clusters. I said, I will climb the palm tree to take hold of its stalks of fruit. May your breasts be like clusters of grapes. Your breath is fragrant as apples, and your mouth like the best wine. May it go down smoothly for my dear one, softly flowing over the lips of those asleep. I am my dear one's, and his desire is for me.
Come, O my dear one, let us go out to the fields. Let us lodge among the hidden plants. Let us raise early and go to the vineyards to see if the vine has sprouted, if the blossoms has opened, if the pomegranates are in bloom. There I will express my affection for you. The mandrakes give off their fragrance at our doors, or all sorts of choice fruits, the new as well as the old, O my dear one, I have kept in store for you. If you only you were like my brother who nursed at my mother's breast, then if I found you outside, I would kiss you, and no one would despise me. I would lead you. I would bring you into the house of my mother. She who taught me, I would give you spices, wine to drink, the fresh juice of pomegranates. His left hand would be under my hand, and his right hand would embrace me. I put you under oath, O daughters of Jerusalem. Do not try to awaken or arouse love in me until it feels inclined. Who is this coming up from the wilderness, leaning upon her dear one? Under the apple tree I awakened you. There your mother was in labor with you. There she who gave birth to you was in labor. Place me as a seal upon your heart, as a seal upon your arm, for love is so strong as death, and exclusive devotion is as unyielding as the grave. Its flames are ablaze, fire the flame of Jah. Surging waters cannot extinguish love, nor can rivers wash it away. If a man would offer him all the wealth of his house for love, it would be utterly despised. We have a little sister, and she has no breast. What will we do for our sister on the day when she is spoken for? If she is a wall, we will build upon her a battlement of silver. But if she is a door, we will board her up with a cedar plank. I am a wall, and my breasts are like towers. So in its eyes I have become as one who finds peace. Solomon had a vineyard in Bel Hamath. He entrusted the vineyard to caretakers. Each one would bring in 1,000 pieces of silver for its fruit. I have my own vineyard at my disposal. 1,000 pieces of silver belong to you, O Solomon, and 200 to those who care for its fruit. O you who are dwelling in the gardens, the companions listen to your voice. Let me hear it. Hurry, my dear one, and be swift like a gazelle or a young stag upon the mountains of spices. That is a story of the Song of Solomon, which actually is in the Bible. It's a Bible book. Um, and there is a lot of beautiful poems in the Bible if you just take the time to find them and read them. But I can't see if anybody even said hi to me yet. But if you come in, please do me a favor. Don't forget to hit the like button. I'm looking really quick right now. Kid Savage. Hi, Natalie. Hi, Cody. Good to see you guys. Hi, Now Canvas. Hi, Real Art Connections. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming in tonight. Please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. One thing I'm going to share with you is on my lunch break, I wrote a poem, and it was inspired by this. So I'm going to share the poem with you, and then I'm going to let you guys get and just listen to some music and get a good night's rest. I hope you've been enjoying this, and I'm hoping it helps you guys sleep. And so here we go. Here's my poem. I hope you like this. I wrote it on a whim. I'm not the best at writing poetry, but I like to do it once in a while. It's kind of a nice release, okay? So I named my poem The Loved One because, as you just seen, I just read you a love story. So it was inspired by that love story. That's why this poem was like this. Your love is like a rose that in the spring is nothing but a green plant. As the soft rain hits the plant, you see buds appear as you show your spark and your love. It blooms into a beautiful flower. Your eyes sparkle like the sun, and the touch of your lips awakens my soul and makes me feel light as a feather. Your touch is like light rain that falls on your face and slowly runs down to your fingertips, and touch makes my whole body have goosebumps. Your voice, when you speak lovingly to me, is the voice of an angel from heaven. The more you're near me, the more you talk to me, the more my love grows.
Till the end of the earth I will run. I will not stop till I find you, and only then will you know my love is true. If I have to, I would give my life so that you could breathe and live one more day. Nothing can compare to how deep my love goes into the deepest canyons. And still you will not discover my love. How strong my love has grown to the highest mountains, to the heavens above, is my love for you, my love. And there you go. Just a short poem I wrote. So I hope you guys are having a good night, and hope you enjoy this, and help me hit my 4K watch hours. Don't forget to hit that like button, to comment this evening. So I am going to bring you another story. That is my goal tonight. And I'm also going into my YouTube for a minute so that I can share this, because I've had some issues and I'm having a hard time getting used to what I have to do right now. But I hope even if you don't come in at the beginning, that you hear this and you enjoy this. So I'm going to get ready to read it to you here in just a minute. On your couch or your bed, and lay down and just chill. Even if you're not ready to go to sleep yet, I want you to just chill. Is extremely stressful, and so therefore we need things to help us to relax and to calm us down so we can get a good night's sleep. I don't know about you, but my week has been very stressful, so I really need this tonight. So it's as much for me as it is for you. Sometimes reading really helps me relax and helps me sleep. So lay back, close your eyes, take a few deep breaths with me right here, right now. Release and release. Breathe in for 10 seconds, out for 10 seconds. Are you starting to feel a little more calm? All right, here we go. Let's begin. This story is a story of boldness and courage. I love this book. This is my favorite story. I read to you last time. The love story was my mom's favorite story, believe it or not. So today, you're going to hear my favorite story. So, the name of the story is Esther. So now in the days of Ahasuerus, that is, the Ahasuerus who ruled over 127 provinces from India to Ethiopia, in the days when King Ahasuerus was sitting on his royal throne in Shushan, the citadel. In the 3rd year of his reign, he held a banquet for all the princes and his servants. The army of Persia and Media, the nobles and the princes of the provinces were before him, and he showed them the wealth of his glorious kingdom, and the grandeur and the splendor of his magnificence for many days, 180 days. And when these days were completed, the king held a banquet for 7 days for all the people present in Shushan, the citadel, from the greatest to the least. In the courtyard of the garden of the king's palace there were linen, fine cotton, and blue material held fast in ropes of fine fabric, purple wool and silver rings, pillars of marble, and couches of gold and silver on a pavement of porphyry, marble, pearl, and black marble. Wine was served in gold cups. Each one was different from the other, and the royal wine was plentiful according to the means of the king. The drinking was according to the rule that no one was under compulsion, for the king had arranged with the officials of his palace that each one should do as he pleased. Queen Vashti also held a banquet for the women at the royal house of the king Ahasuerus. On the 7th day, when the king's heart was in a cheerful mood because of the wine, he told Meheman and all of his personal attendants of the king to bring before the king Queen Vashti, wearing the royal headdress, to show the peoples and the princes her beauty, for she was very beautiful. But Queen Vashti kept refusing to come in at the king's order, and that was conveyed through the court officials. At this, the king became very angry, and his rage flared up within him. The
The king then spoke to the wise men who had insight with regard to proceedings for in this way the king's matter came before all those versed in law and legal cases, and those closest to him, and the princes of Persia and Media, who had access to the king and who occupied the highest positions in the kingdom. The king asked, according to the law, what is to be done with Queen Vashti, because she has not obeyed the order of King Ahasuerus conveyed through the court officials. To this, Memucan said in the presence of the king and the princes, it is not against the king alone that Queen Vashti has done wrong, but against all the princes and against all the people in the provinces of King Ahasuerus. For what the queen did will become known by all the wives, and they will despise their husbands and say, King Ahasuerus said to bring in Queen Vashti before him, but she refused to come. This very day the princes of Persia and Media, who know about what the queen did, will talk to all the princes of the king, resulting in much contempt and indignation. If it seems good to the king, let a royal decree be issued from him, and let it be written among the laws of Media and Persia, which cannot be repealed, that Vashti may never again come in before King Ahasuerus, and let the king confer her royal position on a woman who is better than she is. And when the decree of the king is heard in all his vast realm, all the wives will give honor to their husbands from the greatest to the least. This proposal pleased the king, and the princes and the king did what Memucan said. So he sent letters to all the royal provinces, and to each province in its own script, and to each people in its own language, for every husband to be master in his own house, and to speak in the language of his own people. If you come in, don't forget to hit the like button for me so I can see how many throughout the night actually come in and visited me. And don't forget to say hi on the live chat, because believe it or not, I do get up and down in the middle of the night when I'm doing these. And I'm always looking to see who said hi to me so I can write a quick hi back on the live chat. So after these things, when the rage of King Ahasuerus had subsided, he remembered what Vashti had done and what had been decided against her. Then the king's personal attendant said, a search should be made for a young, beautiful virgins for the king, and let the king appoint commissioners in the province of his realm to bring together all the beautiful young virgins to Shushan, the citadel, to the house of the women. Let them be put in the care of Haggai, the king's eunuch and guardian of the women, and let them be given beauty treatments. And the young woman who is most pleasing to the king will be queen instead of Vashti. The suggestion was pleasing to the king, and that is what he did. There was a certain Jewish man in Shushan, the citadel, whose name was Mordecai, son of Jairus, son of, I don't ever like pronouncing these names, who had been taken into exile from Jerusalem with the people who were deported with King Jehoiakim of Judah. When King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon took him into exile, he was the guardian of the Hashtag, and that is Esther, the daughter of his father's brother, for she had neither father nor mother. The young woman was beautifully formed and attractive in appearance, and at the death of her father and her mother, Mordecai took her as his daughter. When the king's word and his law were proclaimed, and when many young women were brought together at Shushan, the citadel, under the care of Haggai, Esther was also taken to the king's house, under the care of Haggai, the guardian of the women. Now the young woman was pleasing to him and won his favor, so he promptly arranged for her beauty treatments and her diet, and he assigned to her 7 selected young women from the king's house. He also transferred her and her young attendants to the best place in the house of the women. Esther did not say anything about her people or her relatives, for Mordecai had instructed her not to tell anyone. Day after day, Mordecai would walk in front of the courtyard of the house of the women to learn about Esther's welfare and about what was happening to her. Each young woman had her turn to go into the king, Ahasuerus, after completing the 12-month treatment that was prescribed for the women. For this was the way that they had to fulfill their beauty treatment: 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with balsam oil and various ointments for beauty treatment.
Then the young woman was ready to go in to the king, and whatever she asked for would be given her when she went from the house of the woman to the king's house. In the evening she would go in, and in the morning she would return to the second house of the women, under the care of Shazazgaz, the king's eunuch, the guardian of the concubines. She would not go to the king again unless the king had been specially pleased with her, and she was requested by name. And when the turn came for Esther, the daughter or uncle of Mordecai, who had taken her in as daughter, to go in to the king, she did not request anything except what Haggai, the king's eunuch, the guardian of the women, recommended. All the while, Esther was winning the favor of everyone who saw her. Esther was taken to King Ahasuerus at his royal house in the 10th month, that is, the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king came to love Esther more than all the other women, and she won his favor and approval more than any of the other virgins. So he put the royal headdress on the head and made her queen instead of Vashti. And the king held a great banquet for all his princes and his servants, the banquet of Esther. He then proclaimed an amnesty for the provinces, and he kept giving gifts according to the means of the king. Now, when virgins were brought together a second time, Mordecai was sitting in the king's gate. Esther did not say anything about her relatives and her people, just as Mordecai had instructed her. Esther continued to do what Mordecai said, just as when she was under his care. In those days, while Mordecai was sitting in the king's gate, Bitha, the two court officials of the king, doorkeepers, got angry and plotted to do away with King Ahasuerus. Mordecai learned about it, and he immediately told Queen Esther. Esther then spoke to the king in Mordecai's name. So the matter was investigated and eventually confirmed, and both men were hung on a stake. And this was all recorded in the book of the history of the times in the presence of the king. After this, King Ahasuerus promoted Haman, the son of the Agite, and exalted him by putting his throne above all the other princes who were with him. And all the king's servants who were in the king's gate would bow low and prostrate himself to Haman, for this is what the king had commanded respecting him. But Mordecai refused to bow low or prostrate himself. So the king's servants who were in the king's gate said to Mordecai, "Why are you ignoring the king's commandment?" Day after day they would ask him, but he would not listen to them. Then they told Haman to see whether Mordecai's conduct would be tolerated, for he had told them that he was a Jew. Now, when Haman saw that Mordecai refused to bow low and prostrate himself to him, Mordecai became filled with rage. But he despised the thought of doing away with Mordecai alone, for they had told him about Mordecai's people. So Haman began seeking to annihilate all the Jews who were in the entire realm of Ahasuerus, all of Mordecai's people. In the first month, that is, the month of Nisan, in the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, they cast pur, that is, the lot, before Haman to determine the day of the month, and it fell on the 12th month, that is, Adar. Haman then said to King Ahasuerus, "There is a certain people scattered and dispersed among the peoples in all the provinces of Europe, whose laws are different from all those of all the other peoples, and they do not obey the king's law. And it's not in the king's interest to let them be. If it pleases the king, let a decree be written that they be destroyed. I will pay 10,000 silver talents to the officials to put into the royal treasury." And that the king removed the signet ring from his own hand and gave it to Haman, the son of who was the enemy of the Jews. The king said to Haman, "The silver and the people are given to you to do with them as you see fit." The king's secretary was then called in on the 13th day of the first month. They put in writing all the Haman's orders to the king's satraps, the governors, who were over the province, and the princes of the different people, to each province in its own script, and to each people in its own language. It was written in the name of King Ahasuerus and sealed with the king's signet ring.
The letters were sent by means of couriers to all the king's provinces, giving the order to annihilate, to kill, and to destroy all the Jews, young and old alike, children and women, on a single day, on the 13th day of the 12th month, that is the month of Adar, and to seize their possessions. A copy of the document was to be issued as a law in every province and proclaimed to all those peoples so that they would be prepared for that day. The couriers went out quickly by order of the king. The law was issued in Shushan, the citadel. The king and Haman then sat down to drink. But the city of Shushan was in confusion. Give me a second. I'm grabbing some water, guys. When Mordecai learned of everything that had been done, he ripped his garments apart and put on sackcloth and ashes. Then he went out into the middle of the city, crying out loudly and bitterly. He went only as far as the king's gate, for no one was to enter the king's gate wearing sackcloth. And in every province where the king's word and his decree reached, there was great mourning among the Jews, along with fasting and weeping and wailing. Many were lying down in sackcloth and ashes. When Esther's female attendants and her eunuchs came in and told her the queen was deeply distressed, then she sent garments for Mordecai to wear instead of his sackcloth, but he refused them. At this Esther summoned Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs, whom he had appointed to serve her, and she ordered him to find out from Mordecai what this meant and what was happening. So Hathach went out to Mordecai in the public square of the city in front of the king's gate. Mordecai told him about everything that had happened to him and the exact amount of money that Haman had promised to pay to the king's treasury for the Jews to be destroyed. He also gave him a copy of the written decree that had been issued in Shushan for their annihilation. He was to show it to Esther and explain to her and instruct her to go into the king to beg for his favor and to plead directly with him on behalf of her people. Hathach came back and told Esther what Mordecai had said. Esther replied to Hathach with instructions to tell Mordecai, all the king's servants and the people of the king's provinces are aware that if any man or any woman goes into the king's inner courtyard without being summoned, there's only one law that applies. He is to be put to death. He may live only if the king holds out to him the golden scepter, and I have not been summoned to the king now for 30 days. When Mordecai was told what Esther had said, he replied to Esther, do not imagine that because you are in the king's household, you are more likely to escape than any of the other Jews. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance will come to the Jews from another source, but you and your father's house will perish. And who knows whether it is for a time like this that you have attained to your royal status. Then Esther replied to Mordecai, go, gather all the Jews who are found in Shushan, and fast in my behalf. Do not eat or drink for 3 days. Night and day, I along with my female attendants will also fast. I will go into the king, which is against law, and if I am to perish, I will perish. So Mordecai went his way and did all Esther had instructed him to do. On the third day Esther put on her royal robes and stood in the inner courtyard of the king's house, opposite the king's house, while the king was sitting in his royal throne in the royal house, opposite the entrance. As soon as the king saw Queen Esther standing in the courtyard, she gained his favor, and the king held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. Esther then approached and touched the top of the scepter. The king asked her, what is the matter, Queen Esther? What is your request? Even to half of my kingdom it will be granted to you. Esther replied, if it pleases the king, let the king along with Haman come today to the banquet that I have prepared for him. So the king said to his men, tell Haman to come quickly, as Esther requests. So the king and Haman went to the banquet that Esther had prepared.
During the banquet of wine, the king said to Esther, "What is your petition? It will be granted to you. And what is your request? Even to the half of the kingdom it will be given done." Esther answered, "My petition and my request, if I have found favor with the king, if I pleases the king to grant my petition and to act on my request, let the king and Haman come to the banquet that I will hold for them tomorrow. And tomorrow I will do as the king says." On that day Haman went out joyful and with a cheerful heart. But when Haman saw Mordecai in the king's gate and noticed that he did not rise and tremble in his presence, Haman was filled with rage against Mordecai. However, Haman restrained himself and went to his house. And then he sent for his friends and Zeresh his wife. Haman boasted about his glorious wealth, his many sons, and how the king had promoted him and had exalted him over the princes and the servants of the king. Haman added, "What is more, Queen Esther has invited no one else but me to accompany the king to the banquet she prepared. I am also invited tomorrow to be with her and the king. But all this fails to satisfy me as long as I see Mordecai, the Jew, sitting in the king's gate." So Zeresh, his wife, and all his friends said to him, "Have a stake put up 50 cubits high, and in the morning tell the king that Mordecai should be hanged on it. Then go with the king to enjoy yourself at the banquet." This suggestion seemed good to Haman, so he set up the stake. That night the king could not sleep, so he said to bring the book of the historical records of the times, and it was read to the king. There it was found written that Mordecai had reported concerning Bigthan and Teresh, two court officials of the king's doorkeepers, who had plotted to do away with King Ahasuerus. The king asked, "What honor and what recognition has been given to Mordecai for this?" To this the king's personal attendant said, "Nothing has been done for him." Later the king said, "Who is in the courtyard now?" Haman had come into the outer courtyard of the king's house to speak to the king about having Mordecai hanged on the stake that he had prepared for him. The king's attendant said to him, "It is Haman standing in the courtyard." So the king said, "Have him come in." When Haman came in, the king said to him, "What should be done for the man whom the king wishes to honor?" Haman said in his heart, "Who would the king wish to honor more than me?" So Haman said to the king, "For the man whom the king wishes to honor, let them bring royal attire, and the king wears, and a horse on which the king rides, with a royal headdress on its head. Then let the attire and the horse be put into the charge of one of the king's noble princes, and they should clothe him whom the king wishes to honor, and have him ride on a horse in the public square of the city. They should call out before him, 'This is the one what is done for the man who the king wishes to honor.'" At once the king said to him, "Quick, take the tire and the horse, and do what you just said for Mordecai the Jew, who is sitting in the king's gate. Do not leave out anything that you have said." So Haman took the tire and the horse, and he clothed Mordecai and made him ride in the public square of the city and called out before him, "This is what is done for the man whom the king wishes to honor." Afterward, Mordecai returned to the king's gate, and Haman hurried to his house, mourning with his head covered. When Haman related this to his wife Zeresh and to all his friends, everything that had happened to him, his wise men and his wife Zeresh said to him, "If Mordecai, before whom you have started to fall, is of Jewish descent, you will not prevail against him. You will surely fall before him." While they were still speaking with him, the king's court officials arrived and quickly took Haman to the banquet that Esther had made. What's going to happen to Haman? Let's see. So the king and Haman came into Queen Esther's banquet. The king said to Esther again on the second day during the banquet of the wine, "What is your petition, Queen Esther? It will be granted you, and this is your request. Even to the half of the kingdom it will be done." Queen Esther answered, "If I have found favor with you, O king, and if it pleases the king, let my life be granted as my petition, and my people as my request. For we have been sold, and my people to be annihilated, killed, and destroyed.
If we had simply been sold as male and female slaves, I would have kept silent. But the distress is not proper, for it will be damaging to the king. King Ahasuerus then said to Queen Esther, "Who is this, and where is the man who has dared to do such a thing?" Esther said, "The adversary, the enemy, is this evil Haman." Haman became terrified because of the king and the queen. And the king rose up in his rage from the banquet of the wine and went into the palace garden. But Haman stood up and to plead with Queen Esther for his life, for he realized that the king was determined to punish him. The king returned from the palace garden to the house of the wine banquet and saw that Haman had thrown himself on the couch where Esther was. The king exclaimed, "Is he also going to rape the queen in my own house?" As soon as these words left the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. Harbona, one of the king's court officials, now said, "Haman also prepared a stake for Mordecai, whose report saved the king. It is standing on at Haman's house 50 cubits high." At this the king said, "Hang him on it." So they hanged Haman on the stake that he had prepared for Mordecai, and the king's rage subsided. On that day King Ahasuerus gave the house of Haman, the enemy of the Jews, to Queen Esther, and Mordecai came in before the king because Esther had revealed how he was related to her. Then the king removed the signet ring that he had taken away from Haman and gave it to Mordecai, and Esther put Mordecai in charge of the house of Haman. Moreover, Esther spoke again to the king. She fell down at his feet and wept and pleaded with him to undo the harm done by Haman, that schemed against the Jews. The king held out the golden scepter out to Esther, at which Esther rose and stood before the king. She said, "If it pleases the king, and if I have his favor, and if it seems proper to the king, and I am pleasing in his eyes, let an order be written to annul the documents of the schemer Haman, which he wrote to destroy the Jews in all the king's provinces. For how can I bear to look upon the disaster that will come upon my people? And how can I bear to see the destruction of my relatives?" So King Ahasuerus said to Queen Esther and to Mordecai the Jew, "Look, I have given the house of Haman to Esther, and have had him hanged on a stake because of his plot to attack the Jews. You may now write in the king's name whatever you see fit on behalf of the Jews, and seal it with the king's signet ring, for a decree that is written in the king's name and sealed with the king's signet ring cannot be revoked." So the secretaries of the king were summoned at this time in the third month, that is, the month of Sivan, on the 23rd day, and they wrote all that Mordecai commanded to the Jews, as well as to the satraps, the governors, and the princes of the provinces, from India to Ethiopia, 127 provinces, to each province in its own script, and to each people in its own language, and to the Jews in their own script and language. He wrote it in the name of King Ahasuerus, and sealed it with a signet ring, and sent the writing documents by the hands of couriers on horses. They rode on swift post horses bred for royal service. In these documents, the king granted permission to the Jews in all the different cities to gather together and defend their lives, and to annihilate, kill, and destroy any forces of any people or province that might attack them, including women and children, and to seize their possessions. Was to occur on the same day in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus on the 13th day of the 12th month, that is, the month Adar. The text of the document was to be issued as law throughout all the provinces. It was to be proclaimed to all the people, so that the Jews would be ready on that day to take vengeance on their enemies. The couriers riding the post horses used in the royal service went out urgently and speedily at the king's order. The law was also issued in Shushan, the citadel. Now Mordecai lived in the king's presence in royal apparel, blue and white, wearing a great golden crown and fine fabric cloth of purple wool. And the city of Shushan shouted for joy. For the Jews there was relief and rejoicing and exaltation and honor. And in all its provinces, in all the cities, wherever the decree of the king and his law reached, the Jews were rejoicing and exalting, holding banquets and celebrations. Many of the people of the land were declaring themselves Jews, for the dread of the Jews had fallen upon them. On the 13th day of the 12th month, that is the month of Adar, when the king's word and his laws were to be carried out, on the day when enemies of the Jews hoped to overpower them, the opposite happened, and the Jews defeated those who hated them. The Jews gathered together in their cities in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus to lay hands on those seeking to harm them, and not a man could stand against them, for the dread of them had fallen upon all the peoples, and all the princes, and the provinces, and the satraps, and the governors, and those handling the business of the king were supporting the Jews, for they were in fear of Mordecai. Mordecai had become powerful in the king's house, and his fame was spreading throughout all the provinces because Mordecai was steadily growing more powerful. The Jews struck down all their enemies with the sword, killing and destroying them. They did whatever they wanted to those hating them. In Shushan, the citadel, the Jews killed and destroyed 500 men. Also, they killed the 10 sons of Haman, the sons of the enemies of the Jew. But after killing them, they did not seize any plunder. On that day, the number of those killed in Shushan, the citadel, was reported to the king. The king said to Queen Esther in Shushan, the citadel, the Jews have killed and destroyed 500 men and the 10 sons of Haman. What then have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? What is your petition now? It will be granted you. And what is your further request? It will be done. Esther replied, if it pleases the king, let the Jews who are in Shushan be permitted to act tomorrow, also according to today's law. And let the 10 sons of Haman be hanged on the stake. So the king gave orders for that to be done. A law was issued in Shushan, and the 10 sons of Haman were hanged. The Jews in Shushan gathered together again on the 14th day of the month of Adar and killed 300 men in Shushan, and they did not seize any plunder. The rest of the Jews in the provinces of the king also gathered together and defended their lives. They got rid of their enemies, killing 75,000 of those who hated them, but they did not seize any plunder. That was on the 13th day of the month of Adar. And they rested on the 14th day and made it a day of feasting and of rejoicing. The Jews in Shushan gathered together on the 13th day and on the 14th day, and they rested on the 15th day and made it a day of feasting and rejoicing. That is why the rural Jews inhabited the cities of the outlying districts and made the 14th day of the month of Adar a day of rejoicing and feasting, a day of celebration, and a time to send portions of food to one another. Mordecai recorded these events and sent official letters to all of the Jews in all the provinces of the king Ahasuerus. Sorry, guys. On the day of celebration and time to send portions of food to one another. Mordecai recorded these events and sent official letters to all the Jews in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus. Both near and far, he instructed them to observe the 14th day of the month of Adar, as well as the 15th day each and every year, because on those days the Jews rested from their enemies, and in that month their grief was changed to rejoicing, and their mourning to a day of celebration. They were to observe these as days of feasting and rejoicing, as a time to send portions of food to one another, gifts to the poor. And the Jews agreed to continue the celebration that they had started and to do what Mordecai wrote to them. For Haman, the son of the enemies of the Jews, had schemed against the Jews to destroy them, and he had cast pur, that is, the lot, to throw them into a panic and to destroy them. But when Esther came to him before the king, he gave orders in writing, let his evil scheme against the Jews come back on his own head. And they hanged him and his sons on the stake. That is why they called these days Purim, after the name of Pur. Therefore, because of all that was written in the letter and what they saw concerning this matter and what had come upon them, the Jews obligated themselves and their descendants and all those joining them to celebrate these 2 days without fail and to carry out what was written concerning them at the appointed time each and every year. These days were to be remembered and observed in every generation by each family, each province, and each city. And these days of Purim should not cease among the Jews, and their commemoration should not come to an end among their descendants. Then Queen Esther, the daughter of Mordecai the Jew, wrote with full authority to confirm a second letter about Purim. He sent official letters to all the Jews in 127 provinces, the realm of Ahasuerus, in words of peace and truth to confirm the observance of the days of Purim at their appointed times, just as Mordecai the Jew and Queen Esther had instructed them to do. And just as they had obligated themselves and their descendants to carry out, including the fasting and supplication, and the command of Esther confirmed them matters concerning Purim, and it was recorded in a book. King Ahasuerus imposed forced labor on the land and the islands of the sea, and all his powerful and mighty accomplishments, as well as the detailed account of Mordecai's greatness to which the king exalted him, and they not written in the book of the history of the times of the king of Media and Persia. For Mordecai the Jew was second only to King Ahasuerus. He was great among the Jews and respected by the multitude of his brothers, working for the good of his people and advocating the welfare of their descendants. There you go. That is the story of Esther. That's actually my favorite story. And the reason I like the book of Esther so much and why it is my favorite story is it's truly is a story of courage and bravery, because if you paid attention to the story, it said Queen Esther could have died if she came before the king and he did not approve of her coming before him unannounced. The only way she was actually supposed to come in before the king, before the king's throne, is if he personally summoned her to come to him, and he did not. She came in on him unannounced. So that took a lot of courage for her to come into him like that, and to ask him for favor and ask him this request. And she, because of her boldness and her courage, she was not killed, and King Ahasuerus found favor with Esther. He loved her so much that she could do whatever she wanted. King Ahasuerus would give it to her because of her mildness and her good nature that she had. And if she had not done this, her people would have died. So do you have that courage to stand up for your people, for your beliefs, for your religion, for your family, for your friends? This is the story of Esther. So there's my story, and I hope it helps you relax. It helps you get a good night's sleep. And again, just like I did the love story, I'm going to end this with music. Will be playing for you, and my tablet is acting weird, so I don't know why. So if it shuts off again, I will switch it over to my cell phone so that you guys can get a good night's rest. And don't forget to hit that like button, to comment, and to share. And don't forget to leave me a note in my live chat as well, because I'm actually looking at it right now. Nobody said anything, so I don't know who's come in and who hasn't, but I shows 3 people are watching right now. So I hope you enjoyed the story. So lay back for me and take some deep breaths and relax every muscle in your body. Just relax. Because now it's time for you to go to sleep and have a wonderful...
Good morning, everyone. Good. I hope you guys have had a wonderful, wonderful day. It's beautiful. I know sometimes the stresses of this world just really, really can tear into us and get us down. But I don't want you to concentrate on that. I want you to go to your happy place right now and think of things that make you happy. Close your eyes. Concentrate on your feet, your legs, your thighs and hips, and your feet. Become extremely aware of them. Now, make them go limp. Go to your happy place. What makes you happiest? What makes you smile? That's what I want you to think about right now. Throw away all those stresses. You hear those waves? I want you to put all your stresses and anxieties on top of those waves. sitting on the seashore, looking out at the ocean, the lake, the river. And as you put those stresses and anxieties on those waves, I want you to watch them and imagine them just go away. And as the wave comes back in, and those happy thoughts that you've had or are having, things that's been making you smile, is coming straight to you. Imagine it. Now, I want you to concentrate on your arms, your fingers, your hands, and wiggle those arms, fingers, and hands. Relax them, make them go limp. Concentrate on your happy place, a flowing brook, this ocean waves. Whatever's just recently made you super happy, a new promotion, getting a new house, new pet, new child. Whatever the happy place is, concentrate on it. Making all your body parts go limp, all the way up to your forehead. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. Nice cleansing breath in. Nice cleansing breath out. You should keep doing that. Continue to make it limp. Concentrating your big and snatch. Have a wonderful night's sleep. Don't forget to like, share, comment, subscribe. And doc, don't stop. There's too many pets out there who need you.
Administered justice. A famine occurred in the land, and a man went from Bethlehem in Judah to reside as a foreigner in the fields of Moab. He, along with his wife and 2 sons. The man's name was Elimelech. His wife's name was Naomi, and the names of his 2 sons were Mahlon and Chilion. They were Ephraimites from Bethlehem in Judah, and they came to the fields of Moab and remained there. After some time, Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. The men later married Moabite women. One was named Ophrah, and the other was named Ruth. They remained there for about 10 years. Then the 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, also died, and the woman was left without her 2 children and her husband. So she started out with her daughter-in-laws to return from the fields of Moab, for she had heard in Moab that Jehovah had turned his attention to his people by giving them food. She left the place where she had become living with both of her daughter-in-laws. As they were walking on the road to return to the land of Judah, Naomi said to both of her daughter-in-laws, "Go, return each one of you to your mother's home. May Jehovah show loyal love to you, just as you have shown it to the men who have died and to me. May Jehovah grant that each of you find security in the home of your husband." Then she kissed them, and they wept loudly. They kept saying to her, "No, but we will go with you to your people." But Naomi said, "Return, my daughters. Why should you go with me? Can I give birth to sons who can become your husbands? Return, my daughters. Go, for I have grown too old to marry. Even if I could hope to find a husband tonight and could also bear sons, would you keep waiting for them until they could grow up? Would you refrain from getting remarried for their sakes? No, my daughters. I feel very bitter for you because the hands of Jehovah is turned against me." Again they wept loudly, after which Ophrah kissed her mother-in-law and departed. But Ruth stuck with her. So Naomi said, "Look, your widowed sister-in-law has returned to her people and her gods. Return with your sister-in-law." But Ruth said, "Do not plead with me to abandon you, to turn back from accompanying you. For where you go, I will go, and where you spend the night, I will spend the night. Your people will be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May Jehovah do so to me, and add to it if anything but death should separate me from you." And when Naomi saw that Ruth insisted on going with her, She stopped trying to convince her, and they both continued on their way until they came to Bethlehem. As soon as they arrived in Bethlehem, the whole city became stirred up over them, and women were saying, "Is this Naomi?" She would say to the women, "Do not call me Naomi, call me Mara, for the Almighty has made life very bitter for me. I was full when I went, but Jehovah made me return empty-handed. Why should you call me Naomi when it is Jehovah who opposed me and the Almighty who caused me calamity?" This is how Naomi returned from the fields of Moab, along with her Moabite daughters-in-laws Ruth. And then they came to Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. Now, Naomi had a relative on her husband's side who was very wealthy. His name was Boaz, and he was of the family of Elimelech. Ruth the Moabitess said to Naomi, "Let me go out, please, to the fields and glean among the ears of grain behind whomever looks on me with favor." So Naomi said to her, "Go, my daughter." At that she went out and began to glean in the field behind the harvesters. By chance she came up on a plot of land belonging to Boaz, who was of the family of Elimelech. Just then Boaz arrived from Bethlehem and said to the harvesters, "Jehovah be with you." And they replied, "Jehovah bless you." Boaz then asked the young men in charge of the harvesters, "To whom does this young woman belong?" The young man in charge of the harvesters answered, "The young woman is a Moabitess who returned with Naomi from the fields of Moab. She asked, 'Please, may I glean and gather among the cut-off ears of grain left behind by the harvesters?' And she has been on her feet since she came this morning until just now, when she sat in the shelter for a short rest." Then Boaz said to Ruth, "Listen, my daughter. Do not go away to glean in another field, and do not go anywhere else. Stay close to my young women. Keep your eyes on the field that they harvest, and go with them. I have commanded the young men not to touch you. And when you are thirsty, go to the water jars and drink from what the young men have drawn." At that she fell face down and bowed down to the ground and said to him, "How have I found favor in your eyes? And why have you taken notice of me when I am a foreigner?" Boaz answered her, "A full report was made to me of all you done for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, and how you left your father and your mother in the land of your relatives to go to a people whom you had not known before. May Jehovah reward you for what you have done, and may there be a perfect wage for you from Jehovah, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to seek refuge." To this she said, "Let me find favor in your eyes, my lord, because you have comforted me and spoken reassuringly to me, your servant, although I am not even one of your servants." Boaz said to her at mealtime, "Come here, eat some of the bread, and dip your piece into the vinegar." So she sat down beside the harvesters. He then handed her some roasted grain, and she ate and was satisfied, and she had something left over. When she got up to glean, Boaz commanded his young men, "Let her glean even among the cut-off ears of grain, and do not mistreat her. You should also be sure to pull off some ears of grain from the bundles for her, and leave them behind for her to glean, and do not say anything to stop her." So she continued to glean in the field until evening. When she beat out what she had gleaned, it came to an ephah of barley. Then she took it and went into the city, and her mother-in-law saw that she had gleaned. Ruth also took out and gave to her the food that was left over, after she had eaten her fill. Her mother-in-law then said to her, "Where did you glean today? Where did you work? May the one who took notice of you be blessed." So she told her mother-in-law about whom she had worked with, saying, "The name of the man I worked with today is Boaz." And that Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, "May he be blessed by Jehovah, who has not failed in his loyal love toward the living and the dead." Naomi continued, "This man is related to us. He is one of our purchasers." Then Ruth and the Moabitess said, "He also told me, 'Stay close by my young people until they have finished my entire harvest.'" Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, "Ruth, it is better, my daughter, for you to go out with his young women than to be harassed in another field." So she stayed close to the young women of Boaz and gleaned into the barley harvest, and the wheat harvest came to an end, and she kept dwelling with her mother-in-law. Naomi, her mother-in-law, now said to her, "My daughter, should I not look for a home for you, so that it may go well with you? Is not Boaz our relative? He is the one whose young women you were with. Tonight he is winnowing barley at the threshing floor. So wash yourself and rub on some perfumed oil, then dress up and go down to the threshing floor. Do not make your presence known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. When he lies down, take note of the place where he lies down. Then go and uncover his feet and lie down. He will tell you what you should do." And that she replied, "All that you said to me, I will do." So she went down to the threshing floor and did all that her mother-in-law had instructed her to do. Meanwhile, Boaz ate and drank and was feeling good at heart. Then he went to lie down at the end of the grain heap. After that, she quietly came and uncovered his feet and lay down. At midnight, the man began to shiver, and he leaned forward and saw a woman lying at his feet. He said, "Who are you?" She said, "I am Ruth, your servant. Spread out your garment over your servant, for you are a repurchaser." At that he said, "May Jehovah bless you. May my daughter, you have shown your loyal love more in this last instance than in the first instance, by not going after the young men, whether poor or rich. And now, my daughter, have no fear. I will do for you everything that you say, for everyone in the city knows that you are an excellent woman. While it is true, I am a repurchaser, there is a repurchaser more closely related than I am. Stay here tonight, and if he will repurchase you in the morning, fine, let him repurchase you. But if he does not want to repurchase you, I will then repurchase you myself as surely as Jehovah lives. Lie down here until the morning." So she lay at his feet until the morning, and then got up before it was light enough for anyone to recognize. He then said, "Do not let it be known that a woman came to the threshing floor." He also said, "Bring the cloak that you are wearing and hold it out." So she held it out, and he put 6 measures of barley in it and put it on her. After which he went into the city. She went her way to her mother-in-law, who now said, "How did it go for you, my daughter?" She told her everything the man had done for her. She added, "He gave me these 6 measures of barley and said to me, 'Do not go empty-handed to your mother-in-law.' And that she said, 'Sit here, my daughter, until you learn how the matter will turn out, for the man will not rest until he settles the matter today.'" Now Boaz went up into the city gate and sat there, and look, the repurchaser whom Boaz had mentioned passed by. And that Boaz said, "Come here and sit down, so and so," and went over and sat down. Then Boaz took 10 of the city elders and said, "Sit down here." So they sat down. Boaz now said to the repurchaser, "Naomi, who has returned from the fields of Moab, must sell the plot of land that belonged to our brother Elimelech. So I thought I should disclose it to you and say, 'Buy it in front of the inhabitants of the elders of my people. If you will repurchase it, repurchase it. But if you will not repurchase it, tell me, so I will know, for you have the claim to repurchase it, and I am next in line after you.'" He replied, "I am willing to repurchase it." Then Boaz said, "On the day you buy the field from Naomi, you must also buy it from Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of the dead man, in order to restore the name of the dead man to his inheritance." To this the repurchaser said, "I am unable to repurchase it, for I may ruin my own inheritance. Repurchase it for yourself with my right of repurchase, because I am not able to repurchase it." Now this was the custom of former times in Israel concerning the right of repurchase and exchange. To validate every sort of transaction, a man had to remove his sandal and give it to the other party, and this was the manner of confirming an agreement in Israel. So when the repurchaser said to Boaz, "Buy it yourself," he removed his sandal. Then Boaz said to the elders and all the people, "You are witnesses today that I am buying from Naomi all that belongs to Elimelech, and all that belongs to Shalon and Mahlon. I am also acquiring Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of Mahlon, as a wife, to restore the name of the dead man to its inheritance, so that the name of the dead man will not be cut off from among his people and his brothers, and from the city gate of his home. You are witnesses today." And this all the people who were in the city gate and the elders said, "We are witnesses. May Jehovah grant the wife who is entering your house to be like Rachel and like Leah, both of whom built the houses of Israel. May you prosper in Ephrathah and make a good name in Bethlehem. May your house become like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, through the offspring that Jehovah will give you by the young woman." So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. He had relations with her, and Jehovah let her conceive, and she gave birth to a son. Then the woman said to Naomi, "Praise be Jehovah, who has left you without a purchaser today. May his name be proclaimed in Israel. He has restored your life and will sustain you in your old age, because he has been born to your daughter-in-law, who loves you and is better to you than 7 sons." Naomi took the child and held him in her bosom, and she cared for him. Then the neighbor women gave him a name. They said, "A son has been born to Naomi," and they named him Obed. He is the father of Jesse, David's father. Now this is the family line of Perez. Perez became father to Hezron. Hezron became father to Ram. Ram became father to Amminadab. Became father to Nashor. Nashon became father to Solomon, and Solomon became father to Boaz. Boaz became father to Obed, and Obed became father to Jesse, and Jesse became father to David. And there is the story of Ruth. I love the story because she really showed true, genuine, loyal love. Hey, hey, Jay Breezy Reacts, and hi, Lesbies. I hope you guys are all doing well. Thanks for coming in for a minute and saying hello to me. I hope you guys are having a wonderful night. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. I hope you really enjoyed this story and the story of Ruth, because she really showed genuine, true loyalty and loyal love to her mother-in-law, and really set a really good example for all women out there of how they should be with their mother-in-laws and with their family and friends, and be loyal to them. And she was loyal to her God, because that's the God she learned about through her mother-in-law. So I really think this is a good story. So can we all be better friends, better wives, better mothers? Something to think about, right? Everyone, I hope your eyes are still closed. I hope you're relaxed. Completely relaxing all the muscles in your body from head to toe. If you have any tension in your fingers, your toes, wiggle them, get them relaxed. Become very aware of your toes and your fingers. Become very aware of your feet, your legs, knees, your hips, your thighs, your stomach, your chest. Take some deep breaths and release. Another deep breath and release. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Get a good night's sleep, and I'm going to try really hard this time to do something special in the morning. I will leave my husband a text message so that he knows what I'm doing. Anyway, because it would be kind of cool to for you guys to wake up with me and do a quick stretching routine to get you woke up. So, good night, everyone. Like, comment, subscribe. Dixie Cuddles Fitness _fitness on Instagram. Dixie's Warriors on Facebook. Dixie Cuddles Fitness on TikTok. And Dixie Cuddles on Twitter. If you want to follow me on my social media, I promise I know that little
favorite shirts to wear it in my workouts. I use her sometimes at the beginning of my older videos, but because I like the message on it. If not now, then when? Basically, what are you doing? Why are you putting off becoming a healthier you? Why are you putting off trying a new job or trying a new hobby or completely up moving and starting from scratch? Whatever it is in your life that you're wanting to do and been itching to do, but you're afraid to for some reason, something holds you back and keeps you from doing it. Remember this, especially if it involves another person or other people in your lives. Tomorrow is not promised, so make it happen today. Tomorrow is not promised, so don't procrastinate and don't be afraid to get on that journey and keep going. Keep moving, keep eating healthy, and don't ever give up. In this world, we all have to fight for something: our jobs, our faith, our relationships, things that we care about and want the most. Remember, in this life, whatever you do not give up. Because the moment that you give up that on everything you've worked for or you're planning on or planning for, will slip away. So don't give up, because the moment you do, you will lose the fight. Like Dixie's Warriors, what I always tell you: keep fighting, don't ever give up. Keep moving, keep eating healthy, and don't ever give up. Have a wonderful day. Hope this motivates and encourages you. Do you guys ever sit and wonder some days, just because you're having a bad day, what would it be like if you disappeared? Would anybody miss you? Would anybody care? Life is short, so make it the best that you can. And forget about the ones who seem to not care about you or pretend to care about you. Focus on the ones who really, truly, genuinely care about you. Honestly, though. In this life, sometimes we all want to be like the guy on It's a Wonderful Life and just wish we could disappear off the planet or go hide somewhere where nobody can find us and see what would happen. Would our loved ones care? Did anybody miss us? Do we really matter? Could I quit YouTube today and just drop everything and let the videos play out? Who knows?
When you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go.
Alright, you guys, so I wrote a small, kind of a short story poem thing that's for ladies. Look what I'm wearing, a purple rose on my shirt. Anyway, I just got in from work, and I thought it would be fun if I would share it with you, and I meant it and wrote it for Ladies Week. So let's relax and enjoy what I have to read to you, and I hope this makes you feel better about yourself. Alright, so let's enjoy this together. It's kind of like a short poem, story type thing that I wrote, and I made it for Ladies Week because I wanted to do something special for all my lady subscribers. So if you like this video, don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and comment with other ladies that you think may enjoy this story as well. I need a confidence boost, because that's what this whole week is about, is to boost your confidence and make you feel special and make you feel beautiful. Check me out on my Discord, my TikTok, my Instagram, Discord, TikTok, and Twitter as Dixie Cuddles Fitness. I always say that wrong. Instagram is Dixie Cuddles with an _ fitness, and then Facebook is Dixie's Warriors. So I named it You're Unique. So let's read it together. And You ready? Imagine a beautiful fall day. The air is crisp and the sun rays are beautiful as they shine down on the trees. As you're walking, you admire the beauty of the leaves. Some are red, some are yellow, some orange, gold, and brown. As you walk, you decide to pick up the red leaves because it is your favorite color. As you admire them, what do you notice? Do they all look the same? Some are small, some are wider, some have a small bump on them, and some have beautifully shaped ridges. Do you dislike any of them? No, you love them all because they're all unique and beautiful in their own way. As time passes, winter comes, and the first snowfall comes. As you sit inside, you're drinking your coffee, your hot cocoa, or your tea, and you admire the snowflakes come. Some are big, some are small, some you can make out the design in them, and you smile as you watch them fall before your eyes. They are beautiful and they're unique. Soon spring comes, and the rain, and the grass. Soon grass, trees, hedges bloom, and the grass turns green. You go for a walk and admire the beauty. You stop when you come across a beautiful flower garden to so many different flowers. You're not the only one that notices them. Many are stopping. You walk further in because the one in the middle seems prettiest of all of them. As you look around, some have very bright colors, some are dull, some of the leaves have dew falling from their leaves, others are dry, some leaves are shiny, some are dull looking, some are waxy, but all the flowers and plants are unique and beautiful. But something's off. Everyone is staring in amazement at the flower in the middle of the garden. You look as people are taking pictures and videos and talking about it. You look down and you notice leaves on each side of you, a stem firmly planted into the ground. As you look at the leaves, some are dull, some are waxy, some are bright and shiny, some have beautiful ridges. You lift up your head and you feel the sun, and the sun feels so good on your skin. As you try to walk, you can't. Why? This is off. So you look around for help. All the while, people are videoing and taking pictures. Finally, you realize, I'm the flower. I'm the flower everyone is admiring. That's why I can't move, and I am stuck wondering why they all are looking at me. You start to understand and realize your worth. I am special. Each flower in this garden is special and unique. I just wanted to speak to all of them, to all the flowers, and tell them how amazing they are to me. And that is the beauty of a woman. The beauty of a woman. It's differences in our bodies. It's differences in our personalities. They make us so special and so beautiful. And so the next time you are out and you're admiring a woman's hair, makeup, outfit, the way she laughs, take a few seconds and tell her, make her feel special because she truly is. The world would be a boring place if we all looked, talked, and acted the same. So next time you're in a public place, take the time and admire the beauty around you. All of us are so unique. All of us bring something different to this world. We all have unique personalities. We like different things. Some enjoy movies or going out for dinner, or some enjoy staying at home. Some enjoy crafts. Everybody is so different. Everybody has different things they like and they enjoy. They have different personalities and different ways that they speak, the way they carry themselves. They look different. They're different shapes and sizes. They're different colors. They're, just the way they talk is different. Their smile is different. Their gestures are different. We all are special. Every single person on the earth's earth, every woman, every one of you women on this earth brings something special. Whenever you walk into a room, a grocery store, a friendly party, whatever it may, dinner party, whatever it may be, because you're special.
You're unique. You're different. And you every single time bring something special. Everybody adds and contributes to those conversations at these parties. Everyone adds something unique to the dance floor. It doesn't matter where you go. You add something unique because you are you.
A short blog. When I was dressed up, I guess. I don't know. Because all of you, you see me when I'm working out or I'm dressed for work or something like that. You know, you get to see me after a church meeting. So I just thought you guys would enjoy something different. So anyway, here's what I'm wanting to talk about today. My thing is this. I feel like animals are living, breathing things. They need our love. They need our attention. There's way too many people out there that do not treat them with the respect that they deserve. They can feel pain. They can feel love just like we do. And not everybody realizes that, but they do. So I'm going to give you some examples. First of all, on the very beginning, hopefully I don't forget to add the picture on when I edit this afterwards, I have a picture of Wanda and Smurf. Wanda is completely blind. She was left abandoned by a dumpster. And then you have Smurf. And the two of them, you know, he was actually a chew toy for some dog fighting dogs, and was dyed purple, so that's why they named him Smurf. And he had some pretty good holes in him when they first got him in. And that picture that you see is Smurf and Wanda probably on their second night at the Nine Lives Foundation animal shelter. I think it's based in California somewhere. I'm not sure. I think that's where I remember where they're at. But they were amazing because they rescued them and they nursed them back to health. So I'm also going to try to download a picture of it after so you can see how beautiful they turned out. But the thing is they were definitely very much abused, mistreated, and they did feel pain. They were afraid and scared, and they had a lot of work to do to get them back to where they would be able to be adopted out. And they ended up becoming foster fails because the people who were fostering them ended up keeping them. And I thought it was so amazing. I was so excited when I found out they found a forever home, because I followed the story, and it was actually on Good Morning America is how the story started. So they were on there when it happened. But the other thing is a story, and if you have not seen it, I would highly recommend you download and watch, if you can find it, Blackfish. Blackfish is, I was angry and in tears before it was over with, and I wanted to join the protesters that was standing at SeaWorld, begging people to never go in there again after I seen it. Some of the facts was that they actually interviewed people who used to work for the place that seen things firsthand. And the first thing that they did was how a lot of people believed that SeaWorld originally got their very first okra or killer whales because they were injured and they needed help. Yes, they do some good for animals, but that's not how they got them. They knew they could make a lot of money off of them. So they interviewed a guy that ran the ship, the boat. And the guy that ran the boat let people know when they were first getting SeaWorld started and starting it up, they would take two boats and they would shove these killer whales into a corner. They would watch for the pods and they'd watch for the babies. And they would put them into this corner to where they couldn't get out. And they would steal the babies. And that's how SeaWorld got their first original okra. It was not because they were in danger or in harm or hurting. They stole them from their mothers. Okay, that's wrong. Number one, they're meant to be in the wild. They're not meant to be cooped up. And the second thing was that they decided one SeaWorld wanted a baby okra that was at another SeaWorld. I think the one in Florida wanted the one that was in another state. I can't remember which state. It might have been Ohio. And anyway, what happened was they stole the baby. They sold the baby for thousands and thousands of dollars, like maybe $10,000, something like that. I'm not really good with numbers, so you'll have to watch it to know the actual facts. I'm telling you the best I can remember. And in this documentary, they showed pictures of the mother afterwards. The mother went into a corner of the tank, would not eat, would not touch no food. And all she did was make these horrible noises. And they listened to her and listened to her and listened to her. They're trying to figure out, why is she making all these noises? She was making her noises because she was missing her baby. She wanted her baby back. She was letting them know that she missed her baby and she wanted her baby back. If an animal misses their child, does not tell you that animals feel love and feel pain. Right there. So anyone who hurts an animal or abuses an animal is wrong. I mean, we do, in every country, people, have animals that they eat for food, like chickens and things like that. I mean, as long as it's humanely done, it's fine. As long as it's not done out of sport or just because you're mad at them or something, that's fine. But when you do it on purpose, it's wrong. That is animal abuse. I'm very strong against that. I love animals, and the thing I will tell you about animals is they need us. We are their voice. They don't have anybody else. They can't speak. They can't talk for themselves. The only way they can do anything is to lash out. They might either bite you. Dogs that are trained for dog fighting rings become extremely aggressive, or to be protectors, become extremely aggressive. Why? It's because they're beaten. That's how they become dog biting dogs. They are beaten. That's how they become extremely aggressive protectors over somebody's territory or house. It's because they are beaten. I know I have been around pit bulls and Rottweilers that are the sweetest dogs you will ever meet. I had one that has a neighbor who had one, and he would come up to the fence and his head was as big as and bigger than mine, and he would literally throw his paws over my shoulders and lay his head on my shoulder and just want his loving. I would just love him on him and rub on him. His name was Dallas. He was such a cute dog. And I had another friend who had a Rottweiler that was a female, and just prepared to have a bath whenever you would go over to her house, because you would be covered in dog slobber, because that's how sweet she was. So it's how they're trained and how they're treated. If an animal is abused or mistreated, it's going to lash out like a human being would lash out. Sorry. Why? Because they have feelings and they feel pain. So please, whatever you do, don't mistreat animals. The real reason I'm doing this blog is this. I am very much for animal shelters. And the thing is most animal shelters out there now, a lot of them claim to be no-kill animal shelters. There's one thing you got to realize is when they get overly booked and overly full and they are not getting enough people to adopt them, they have no choice but to end up euthanizing animals. And some of these animals are super sweet and loving animals. They would make a great pet. And then what happens is there's not enough people adopting them, and there's so many flooding in because they have been abused, they have been mistreated, or people decide they can't keep them for one reason or another. Don't get an animal if you're not going to treat it like family or your child. Don't get an animal if you can't physically take care of it, mentality take care of it, emotionally take care of it, because they need you just like a human child needs you. And they really need your love. They need your attention. They need to know that you care. They need to feel safe. And you need to give them a safe place. And so these shelters fill up because of animal abuse, stray animals, because people just threw animals out that they didn't want anymore or couldn't afford to take care of them, or just because, they were strayed from the beginning and they're trying to find good homes for them. So go to an animal shelter and let the animal pick you, because that's the best way. A lot of times you can go into these animal shelters and they have these rooms where all these cats will come around you, or all these dogs will come around you, correct? And you watch them, you play with them, and half the time they pick you. I had a friend who told me she was at an animal shelter and the cats were in the cages and she's looking at the different cats. And every time she turned around, she felt something yanking and pulling on her ponytail. And so finally she's like, what is pulling? Because she was playing with the other cats. And why is there somebody yanking on my ponytail? So finally she turns around, and that's how she got her cat named George. The cat was telling her, I want to go home with you. I like you. So the animals will pick you. You know, you can tell they come up to you. They seem to be, you know, it's like a natural attraction, I guess. They pick their human, is how I want to put it, and they pick their human. It's they know who their human is and who they want to be their human, and it's just a beautiful connection between the animal and human at that point, because if they pick you, they're going to be so loyal to you, so loving. Like my cat, Dixie, I have anxiety attacks sometimes, and they always hit me at night, and sometimes I can't sleep at night. And so I'm lying awake wishing there's somebody I could talk to. And sometimes what I'll do is, because me and my husband always sleep in separate rooms, I will have been known to keep the cats out and not let them be in the room, so that I could have Dixie with me. And she'll curl up with me. She knows when one is coming on, and she's headbutts me. She lays on my legs. She does everything she can to comfort me and to calm me down and keep me calm. When I'm sick, she doesn't leave my side, because I'm her human. She has a connection with me. She senses when I'm not feeling good. And Grayson is the same way with my husband. He has a connection with him. He won't leave his side. And Dixie also has a connection with him, which is really cute. When he's not feeling well, she won't leave his side either. When we look at it, I'll be jealous, because I'll be like, excuse me, I want my cat. Give me my cat. But if he's not feeling good and she senses it, guess where she's at? She's with him. So, and cats have feelings and they care. And when we lost Cuddles, he was 13 and a half. He died suddenly on us, and it was the most horrible day. My husband wouldn't let me go down there because he knew something was wrong, and he found him laying dead on steps. Dixie let out the most horrible cries I've ever heard out of an animal in my entire life. She missed him so much. She was mourning him, and she mourned him for a good 6 months. And I remember that day, I thank goodness I was off. My husband had to work, but I was off. And I couldn't leave her side for even 2 minutes. If I did, her belly would drag the ground, and she'd scream and scream for me. She wouldn't let me out of her sight. Cats normally would sleep 18 hours a day. She wouldn't sleep. She wouldn't eat. She wouldn't drink. Her eyes were like the size of quarters. She was in shock. She just lost her best friend. She was mourning him. So cats and animals do have feelings. I was really hard. I remember I forced myself to go to work the next day, and I had to call my husband up, because if he's off, sometimes he spoils me and he'll take me into work. We don't get to do that anymore, because he's usually gets off 3 or 4, and I go in 1 to 10. So it's like, so the only way we do that is when it's bad weather, and then he'll come home and take a nap, because he doesn't like me driving snow and ice. But anyway, the next morning I had a terrible time going to work, because I could tell how hard it was on her, and we hadn't left her not for a second, and since he kind of died, and I had to call Brent at home, and I almost left work and came home pretty sad for a cat, okay, because I knew she was sad. She was mourning her best friend, and I had to make sure she was okay, because he had to leave her for a little bit for him to bring me to work. But anyway, they mourn, they feel. She didn't like Grayson at first, when we first got Grayson, because Cuddles and Dixie was like more like a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Dixie and Grayson is more like a mother-son relationship. You can tell, you can see the connection, how different it is. And Cuddles groomed Dixie every day. If she felt nervous or scared, Cuddles would be right there by her side, and he'd be licking on her, loving on her, saying, and checking on her and stuff. So it was definitely more like a boyfriend-girlfriend thing for them too. They were so cute to watch. And then Grayson, he's like, eh. You can definitely tell it's like a mother-son relationship. But she wouldn't accept him. She would do mean things to him. She'd smack him on the head. He was trying to use the litter box and things, and we couldn't figure it out, because she's such a docile cat. It was so out of character. Then I read an article on pets grieving. And after that, we read that article, we understood her so much more. And me and my husband were like, oh my gosh, we're so sorry, because she wanted to go down the basement so bad. And she would stare at the cat hole down to the basement, and she'd just stare at it. She was waiting for Cuddles to come upstairs. She was missing him that bad. So animals do have feelings. They do care. They do know how to show love. So abusing them is wrong. Animal abuse is wrong. You need to love them. You need to nurture them. Again, we are their voice. We need to take care of them. And most importantly of all, don't adopt from these pet shops. These pet shops, you know, a lot of these times they come from these places where they don't take care of them properly. And they just want to make money off of them. Okay? Lots of money. Like, they just charge you $300 to $500, right? Pop for a cat or dog. Go to the animal shelter. You spend $100, $125. They've already been neutered, spaded. They're up to date on all the shots. A lot of times they're microchipped, so if something happens and they get out, you can find your baby again. Those animals have a lot of times, sometimes been neglected and mistreated and just abandoned for no reason. And more than anything, they need love. They need to know that they are in a safe place. They need to know that they're cared about. So please, 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 go to an animal shelter and adopt. Have a great day, everybody. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday. And this ultimately is a workout channel. So keep moving, keep eating healthy, and whatever you do, don't give up on yourself. Subscribe, like my videos, check me out on my Facebook.
Okay. So here's the thing. I know everybody's been really stressed, and sometimes it's been really rough. So I decided today, after the day that I had, that I thought it would be nice to share something positive. And I kind of wrote something out, kind of like made my own story kind of thing. It's not very long. It's only like a minute or two long to read, but I wanted to share it with all of you. But the thing is it's concerning, you know, I know everybody, you know, everything seems uncertain right now. Everybody worries about what the future holds and where everything is going to land, what is going to happen. And so sometimes it makes it very hard, because it's times you feel hopeless because you don't know which way to jump or which way to turn, because you do feel kind of hopeless with the way things have been. And it's hard to stay positive because of that. You know, it makes people grumpy. It makes you feel stressed, anxious, and everything else. So this is something that kind of I've been raised and that I look forward to. And I thought it would be fun to try to turn it into a story kind of thing. So I just wanted to share it with you. So to start out, it's going to sound really weird, but I want you to close your eyes and just listen to me. And it's not. I think it would be more fun that way, because you could imagine yourself there a little bit more than if you have your eyes open. So I know probably I can't see you, so you're probably not gonna, you're gonna ignore me. You're not gonna close your eyes, but if you close your eyes, you can visualize it. So I'm gonna read you what I wrote, and then, but I'm gonna start out. So let's start out first. Let's imagine and picture the scene, because right now, what do we have a lot around us? Pollution in the air, pollution in the water. Everybody litters. Nobody cares. Garbage everywhere. Things look horrible, right? Okay, so this is what I want you to picture in your mind for me. Okay, you are walking in your favorite park. What does your favorite park look like? Imagine your favorite flowers around you. Imagine your favorite trees. Imagine a garden, an orchard of fruit. Imagine looking in front of you and seeing a river with the most beautiful waterfall you've ever seen. and mountains in the background. Now that you can picture that, I will tell you what I wrote. Okay. So imagine a world where there is peace. No more will you see or hear violence. You can truly relax day or night. No need to lock your doors. You can go anywhere at any time and no longer be afraid. You build a house, you plant an orchard and a garden. No animal, insect, or human will destroy your hard work. There will be no fire, no natural disasters to destroy your home. You will enjoy the fruits of your labor without fear of someone taking them from you. You'll enjoy your friends and your family. Remember your grandparents who was deaf? Now they can hear perfectly. For the first time, your close friend who has been blind can see you for the first time in their lives. Your friend, you remember that was in a wheelchair, who was bound in a wheelchair, is no longer in a wheelchair, but is dancing with you to your favorite song. See a 2-year-old child playing with a king cobra snake, and a lion is nearby. But instead of being afraid, you just smile, enjoy watching the child play with them, because you know they're safe. Because the one has promised you, no harm will come, no any ruin will come to my holy mountain. He watches a wolf and a lamb who graze together and eat grass. I remember a hate-filled world with sickness and sorrow. But I wake up, and as days go by, I realize I'm not dreaming. I watch as the earth and the land around me is beautiful, like walking through a park. I see big cats taking a drink by the waterfall. No pollution, clear water, clean air, not a hint of pollution. And one night, I lay out and I look at the stars. I can see every single one perfectly. All of a sudden, I hear a whistle as a man approaches. And I ask, I am enjoying as I jump up and look full of emotion. Can this really be? But you died when I was 19. I remember the promises, but never did I think I would ever get to live them. I see my dad. I'm so excited to see him again. He looks so young and healthy, just as promised. Then I remember, no word returns to my mouth without success. And another, I cannot lie. No one, no more pain, no more sorrow, no more death. You will look, and the world will be there will be no more. There will be no more wickedness. There will be no more hate. Can you imagine a future like this? Do you want to be in a place like this? This is our future. This is something that is not a dream. One day we will see it. Do you yourself personally want to be a part of it? Have a great night, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed this. Told you it would be very short and very simple. So this is something that I believe in. This is something I look forward to. But it's not just a dream, and it can be your future too. So don't forget to subscribe to my channel and check me out on my Facebook.
Good evening. I just wanted to share this with you. It's another story that I wrote. And I know some people out there have their own ideas on life. And so I just want to share one of mine. One thing that is kind of special to me, and I know that some of you may not like it. I may lose subscribers over it. I may get a lot of flack for it. And it is what it is. But the thing that I look at is that sometimes you have to be true to yourself. And true to how you feel and how you believe in life. And if you're afraid to do that, then you really aren't being your true self. You're being fear of man and afraid to show who you really are as a person. And so most of my blogs are about health. Most of my blogs are about dieting. Most of my blogs are about how to make relationships better and things that causes mental anguish and things like that. That's really important. But there's other things that are important in life too. So and these things should be number one, and it should be even up above your getting healthy physically, in shape and health wise. It should be number one, health And exercising should be number 2. Family should come third, and family and friends should come third, and work should come last. That should be your priorities. So I'm going to share this with you. I kind of wanted to make this so that it would appeal to everybody out there, no matter how you feel about life and how you believe, because I wanted to make it interesting for not just one type of person, but I want to make it interesting to every person in the whole entire world. So this is why I wrote it the way I wrote it. It may seem a little strange to people who believe the way that I believe until they understand, because like Paul became all things to all people. He had to preach to people that had this altar up to an unknown God, right? They didn't know who he was. So he had to help them learn who he was, and had to preach to them in a way that appealed to them. And then he finally was able to tell them who he really was. Am I correct? So here's my story. My story is called The Greatest Commander-in-Chief. So there was a time when ones who lived under a commander's rule that felt safe, and nothing and no one could harm them, as long as they proved loyal to his rulership. This commander rained down hail, fire, brought up frogs and locusts in the land under, and turned a river into blood. He caused famines, a plague of gnats, on the enemies of his loyal ones, and finally he killed all their firstborn sons. He made a riverbed dry up so that his loyal ones could escape and cross safely. The strongest army in the world at the time started across the river to chase after them. As soon as they made it into the riverbed, he shook the wheels off of their chariots, and then they were swallowed up by the water and never to be seen again. All his loyal ones survived, and they had to live in a wilderness for 40 years, where he made sure that they were nourished and had everything they needed. They lived on manna. Their clothes and their sandals never once wore out the whole entire time. They lasted for 40 years. So when it was time for them to take over land and claim it as their own, they became victorious time after time. 7 times they marched around the city, and the last call, the city's walls fell. As they ran, the people were thrown into confusion, and they began fighting each other. They didn't even hardly need to fight. Another time, one of his commanders asked him and prayed to him and asked him for the sun to stand still so they could win the fight. It stood still, and the moon did not rise until they had won the fight. Fire and sulfur rained down on a city that is never to be found again, all because it did not have the commander's approval, and only 3 loyal ones survived out of that city. 100 years before its time, it was prophesied that a ruler named Caesar would overtake Babylon, the great city of Babylon, that its wall and that its great door that could never be broken down would be left open, and the Euphrates River would be dried up, so it would be easy for them to invade. It happened just as it was prophesied. In one night, an Assyrian army that was feared by the world, everyone was frightened of them and afraid of them. He had one of his commanders come down and killed 185,000 Assyrian soldiers, one single-handedly in one night. Why? Because his appointed earthly king cried for help. Do you see the pattern? He had heard cries for help. He acts for ones who love him and trust him. His second in command walked the earth. A storm came, and when he was in the boat with some of his companions, they grew afraid. When they woke him up, he stood up and he said, "Hush, be quiet." And the storm stopped, and it became calm. What does this tell you about his government? That there will be no natural disasters. When he walked the earth, he cured sick, lame, deaf, blind. Again, what's that say about his kingdom? When he rules the earth, his kingdom takes over, no one will ever be sick again. Never will we hear of any kind of sickness on this earth. One day he cries in front of a crowd, his second in command, and he calls up to the chief in commander and he says, "I know you always hear me, but on account of the crowds, I want them to know you hear me." And he called
and to his best friend who had been in the grave 4 days and 4 nights. He came out, and the crowds were amazed. He came out alive and healthy. He raised three others from the dead while he was walking the earth. What does that tell you about his government? There will no longer be death. All of those that we have lost in death will come back and will be brought right back to us. We'll get to enjoy them again and have their companionship again, because death will be no more, not in his government. Are you afraid of spirits, witches, or things like that? Let me tell you, when his second command walked the earth, they shuddered just at his presence. Why? Because they knew that he eventually would lock them in an abyss with a key, in darkness, forever, for eternity, never to come out again. So, when he was in their presence, all he had to do was command them to come out and leave humans alone. Out of fear, they did as they were told. This commander, no one or nothing has the power to stop him. He is supernatural. He is the ultimate in strength. Everyone is powerless if they're not on his side. He is preparing his second in command for his final war. All the signs are pointing to it. You can see everything around. People call it the last days. It's happening. He's waiting for the call. When his army comes down, no one will stand except for his loyal ones. So you tell me, do you want to be deemed as one that he protects? Or do you want to be one that is destroyed? Do you want someone as your leader that always hears your cries for help, is never too busy for you? And whenever you try to message someone, or you finally get to them, it falls on deaf ears. They don't care about you. All they care about is their title and the money that they get from it. But not the real commander-in-chief. He hears your cries for help. He hears his loyal ones. What do you think is happening in this earth now? Do you not think that they're crying, his loyal ones are not crying out to him? He is ready to act in their behalf, and he will again. Are you ready to be on his side? You decide. How do you tell him that you want to be on his side? Not by a piece of paper. You don't use a piece of paper. How do you let him know that you want to be on his side? You show him by your thoughts, by your heart, by your actions. Do you follow his principles, or do you ignore them? It is up to you. You want to learn more about him and his name? Make sure you check out my description. It'll have a website on there. And type in the website into your search engine, and you can learn all you want about him. Have a great night. Subscribe to my channel if you want.
Okay, so I'm going to try something new tonight, and I hope it works. I'm not sure if it will, but like I said, I'm going radio silent. Today is October the 18th, and so I'm doing this vlog today, but I'm going to try to record it onto my computer, upload it to my YouTube, and do it as a premiere so that it'll play on the day of my anniversary, wedding anniversary, which is October 30th, so hopefully you're watching this video and seeing this video on October 30th. I'm not very tech savvy, but I noticed you can set up a time and a date, so I'm going to try it for fun and see if it goes over okay. So here's the deal. Today I'm going to talk to you about the pros and cons of being single, pros and cons of being married in this blog. And I'm also going to touch very briefly on mental and physical abuse, because unfortunately sometimes that does happen, but sometimes people take the idea of it to an extreme, and sometimes it is extreme cases. But the thing is there's so many different things about it. So, but I'm also going to talk about how, good things can happen from it. And that people can change, that things do get better, and that sometimes what people on the outside looking in may look at it as something horrible when it's not, okay? And the thing is that marriage is not a piece of paper. It is not something you can just throw away. Okay? So it is not easy. It's a lot of hard work. So that's the thing that I want to remind people, that you can't just look at this and be like, okay, I had a problem, I can walk out now. No, 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 no. So things can get so much better with marriage. So here's the thing. What is the pros of being married? When we think of the pros of being married. Pros of being married is always having somebody to come home to when you get off work. And right now, when me and my husband, we work opposite shifts, but you already have your best friend. You don't need to go find new friends. You don't need to look around, because your best friend should be your marriage mate. So there's another pro to being married. Okay. The other thing is, you have somebody to help you. Sometimes if you struggle, financially, you have somebody that helps you with the taking care of the bills. So that helps you too in a marriage, right? And the other thing that's wonderful about marriage is just knowing when there's ups and downs in life. Sometimes both of you are struggling, dealing with the same things, but a lot of times one is up here while the other one is down here with situations that's going on in their lives. And you have somebody you can turn to and talk to all the time. And they're always there. And they help you get through it, when times are rough. So that's pros to marriage. What can be a con to marriage is if you're a very independent natured person and you're not very good about giving and taking. So let's say you're the type that you're one of those men and women that just always have done your own thing. You've been independent. You don't have to answer to anybody else. You don't have to think about how somebody else feels about certain things. Then that can be a con. And in that situation, you need to really think deeply. Can you be willing to turn that personality around to where you're willing to give to another person, where you're willing to listen to them, communicate with them? Everybody has different levels of anxiety or tempers, and do you know how to handle getting them to calm down so you can really communicate and really get to the bottom of the situation? So the cons of marriage is if you are the type that you like to do what you want when you want to, and you don't like answering to somebody else, and you don't like to listen to someone else, and you're going to want to do your own thing all the time, then marriage is going to be a con for you, because that is the big thing about marriage, is good communication and the willing to get to the other person. So that's the cons of marriage, in my opinion. There is others, I'm sure, in other people's opinion, but to me that's the biggest one. And me and my husband have a really good relationship. Before I go too far into this, because like I said, I was going to touch on another sensitive subject. So I want you guys to know that, hold on a minute. That I'm very happy, and so when you are happy is a good thing, and there's nothing wrong with our relationship. So the thing about being single, the pros to being single is come home, you don't have to answer to anybody. Who cares if you squeeze the toothpaste wrong? And who cares if the house is clean? Who cares if the dishes are piled up? Who cares if you cooked for yourself or not? Who cares? It doesn't matter, because you only have you to worry about. So there's a lot of freedom in being single. And I really feel that that's a time for you to find yourself. No matter how long you're single, how many years you're single. I have friends that have chosen to stay single. And why? Because of their love for God. They decided that they realized that being married, you have to make time for your marriage mate, and then you can't give yourself 100% to God, become a missionary, full-time pioneer, whatever it may be, and they want to focus on that. And then you have people who are not religious that decide to stay single because, well, they're selfish. And don't take me the wrong way, I'm not being mean to you. I mean, you're selfish in the fact that you're very independent and you're not really good at giving in. You want things your way or the highway. Those type of personality types, they don't need to be married. You want to give 100% to your career. You're at work more than you're at home. Is that fair to a marriage mate? Absolutely not. So, and that's the pros of being married, okay? Being single, I mean, is if you have those personality types, and if you're like that, you know, or if you want to devote yourself to more time to something else, like to putting God first and things like that, you can give all of your time to that because you don't have anybody that you need to spend time with or show attention to. You just have to worry about you and him, or worry about you and your career. And so who cares if you worked 18, 20 hours today? Doesn't matter. You don't have anybody to go home to anyway. You know, so that's kind of a pro of being single. I have a friend. She's a beautiful girl. And if you've seen a picture of her, you'd be like, why isn't she married? She's gorgeous. I mean, gorgeous. Okay, she is a RN. She works in a triage unit. So she makes good money. She works 12-hour shifts 3 days a week. And then she's off 3. She's on 3, she's off 3. She's on 3, she's off 3. What does she do? She full-time pioneers because she puts God first. I'm really proud of her. But I love watching her pictures because I get to travel and go through all these places. And so I love it when she posts pictures of places she's been. I think it's so cool. You know, if she wasn't single, would she be doing all that traveling with some of her friends? Absolutely not. Would a husband, or on the other spectrum, if it was a guy with a wife, be happy if you were away from home more than you were with them? No, because why did you marry me in the first place? You're never home. You never spend time with me. So she's using her singleness to the full. She's not only putting God first, but she's going and seeing places. She's been out of the country I don't know how many times. I don't really like the idea of going out of the country. Just, I don't know why. And then with everything going on, yeah. So, anyway, but it's just really cool to watch the different places she's been. And she goes hiking, and she's got her little backpack on, and she's like a real extreme hiker. It's so cute. And, and the pictures, when she gets to the top of these mountains sometimes, oh my goodness, they're breathtaking. There's your pros to being single. What's your cons to being single? Coming home to an empty house. Wishing there was somebody there to talk to or vent to whenever you had a bad day. Having struggles with being able to pay your bills yourself. You know, because when you're married, then eventually you help each other with the bills. You always have somebody to help you take care of that stuff. You always have somebody there to talk to when you're having anxiety attacks, depression, whatever it may be in your life. And so that's the cons to being single. It's just coming home, nobody being there. But here's the thing, you can fix that so easy, and I'm going to talk about it at the end. So just hang on to the end, okay? I'm going to tell you 2 ways a single person can fix all that without feeling stressed out, without feeling like they have to rush into marriage, okay? So then the other thing, the dark side, is relationships where there's physical abuse or there's mental abuse. It happens. But it's not just women. We need to get that out of our heads. I've seen billboards before where they're showing a man wanting to call hotline for mental abuse or physical abuse, excuse me. So it happens to men as well as women. And here's the thing. There's about 1 in 4 men that do have the problem with that. And it's hard. When somebody has been physically abused, they are very jumpy. They have a hard time with loud sounds sometimes. They just kind of pull into themselves.
and I'm a recluse. So, and then mental abuse, it feels like your brain's been bruised. You may not have the bruises all over your face or things like that, but it lowers your self-esteem. You know, if somebody is constantly barraging you with criticism and mean comments, telling you you're not beautiful or nobody would want you or anything like that, it's hard. And sometimes, too, here's the thing, it's really hard for the victim, and the victim becomes a recluse. They pull into themselves. They don't want to talk to anybody. Nobody will be around anybody because they don't want to open up about it. They don't want to talk about it. And they're afraid to. Sometimes. And sometimes because they feel like when they open up and vent about stuff like that, that it looks bad on them. Or that people won't believe them. Or a number of reasons why people don't open up. And I did a blog on that, and then I pulled it because I guess somebody took it the wrong way and thought I was talking about my marriage when I was not. Me and my husband are fine. We're very happily married. And that's why I wanted to bring this blog, and I want to set for October 30th because it's a celebration of my wedding anniversary, okay? So the thing is, if they need help, you need to be there for the victim, but the worst thing that you can do is tell them how to handle the situation. They need you to listen to them. They don't want you to go and rush into the marriage or the relationship with the person and try to fix it. Wrong move. You don't do that. What you do is you listen to them and you just let them vent to you, because that's what they really want from you and what they need. Let them make the decision on how they're going to handle it, okay? The other thing about it is sometimes it's not as bad as it seems. It could be because they're mad that they blow it up and make it sound a lot worse than what it is sometimes. And if there's the extreme situations, they need to get help. You know, me and my husband, I'm going to give this as an example, had a very stressful 2 years, and sometimes you just don't realize things you're saying or doing. And we actually, what we do with our religion is we usually meet with the elders, and we had a shepherding call. It's been about a year ago now, and it took a full year for everything to completely turn around. But guess what? It did. We love each other. And the thing is what I look at is people can change, and sometimes it's, like I said, you blow up and make a mountain out of a molehill, okay? It just happens. And the thing is that sometimes the person that's causing the problem, they don't know they're causing the problem. They don't realize that it's hurting you that bad. They don't know. And if you're not communicating or finding a way to communicate, it just builds and it builds and it builds and it builds and builds, okay? So it's not good. And but when they finally realize it, and then you see them working so hard to make the changes because they love you and care about you, and they're fighting for you, and they're fighting for your relationship, it makes you love them more. Let's just put it that way. Because it makes you have so much more deep respect for them, because you know that they're struggling. They're realizing what they've done. They are trying to turn things around. And you see the little changes, and then it gets better and better and better. And it's just, you know, kind of like a butterfly from caterpillar evolving into a butterfly. I love using that analogy, and I use it for the workouts too. But it's fun to watch them grow. It's fun to watch them change, especially when they really want to, when they really love you and care about you, and they're working to make those changes. So, you can turn around, and they can get help, and so can the person who's dealt with it. They may take longer for them to get over some things, because there's going to be triggers, and they're going to be like, oh no, we're starting all over again. I thought we were doing better. But you don't give up. You just don't. Because, you know, there's going to always be setbacks. Because we're imperfect, and it's life. Okay? So, here's the thing. How can anybody help with that? Just check on people. Let them know you're thinking about them. Letting them know you care. That's what you do. And I know that whenever, you know, anything, just in being married, just because we're married doesn't mean we don't want friends.
just because we're married doesn't mean we don't want people to check on us. You know, sometimes, you know, we get in this rut and when you're in married life, you feel like you're the only two people in the world. I only have you as my best friend. Nobody else cares about me. Nobody checks on me. Remember, just because we're not, you know, that we have somebody doesn't mean that we don't need friendship. It doesn't mean we don't need people to let us know that they're caring about us. We need encouragement. We need friends. We need to know that people care about us just as much as someone who is single. So it's kind of sometimes, it's kind of sad, but I've noticed that for some married couples, it gets that way. It gets routine, and then it gets to where, you know, people are thinking, yeah, they're fine, they got each other, something bad happens, they'll let us know. One of them will let us know. Wrong, 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 wrong. If you haven't been hearing things from them, that's normal. And you're seeing things that kind of makes you worry that something's going on, they need somebody to talk to, check on them. I know that even my father-in-law's checked on us. I have good friends that message me and lets me know that they're thinking about me and miss me. You know how much it makes me smile after I finish those conversations with them? It makes me feel so good inside, because I go and take that back to Brent and I'm like, you know, so-and-so was checking on us today. They've been missing us. They're wanting to know how we're doing because of everything that's going on. And it makes him smile. So it's a good feeling to know people care about you. And married or not married, right? So your single friends, are you checking on them as well? Make sure you're checking on not only just your married friends, but make sure you're checking on your single friends, because the single friends, I feel like, need us a little bit more. Because they go home and, like I said, being married, you have somebody to talk to when you go home. You're single, you don't. But the thing is, I didn't think about this analogy as being rude to single people, but someone made a post and I was like, ooh, I need to do a blog on this, because I never thought about it that way. But, you know, if you tell a single person, oh, you'll find somebody, that's kind of like, you know, if they already are feeling down and feeling unloved or unlovable because they're having a hard time finding someone and they really want to find somebody special and it just seems like it's not happening for them, and then you make that remark, sometimes it's just like cutting them with a knife. It just makes it worse. So don't say that. The best thing to do is just check on and see how they're doing. And don't be like, oh, you'll find somebody. Don't say that to them. I don't know. I'd like to ask a single person what they're more comfortable with somebody saying. Because it would be better to say, I think you're an awesome person. And I'm glad you're my friend. Instead of, you'll find somebody. And because if they're down and depressed because they were hoping to start dating this girl or this guy and it just didn't work out and blah blah blah, then that's just another cut to them, because they feel like maybe there is something wrong with me, you know. So instead, be like, I love how, you know, go up to them, tell them how awesome they are, tell them why you like being friends with them, why you like working with them, if it's just workmate or something like that. Do something, tell them something about themselves that you notice about them that's really special, and that will make them smile, because, you know, they're worth a lot, and they will find that person. And because I feel there's somebody for everybody, but you don't want to give them those kind of remarks. You want to let them know what they need to know. Is they just need to know that they're appreciated, that they're loved, that they are cared about. And when they know they're loved and cared about, it makes them feel that they are lovable, because you don't love and care about somebody that is not lovable. Am I correct? So, I mean, there you go. So, the thing is how can you be happy being single and staying single? There's several things you can do, but to me, I think two of the most important things is to build a good friendship with several people. Get a close-knit group. And it doesn't mean you're in a clique. It just means that you really jive with those people. And those few people are always there for you. When they see you're not acting out and your character is out of whack, and you're not answering your calls or doing things you normally do, if they're a really good friend and they know where you live, guess what they're going to do? They're going to be hopping in their car and they're going to be going and banging on your door like, you haven't texted me and I've been messaging you X amount of times and you haven't answered me. What is going on with you? Get those kind of friends. Get a group like that. Surround yourself with them. Though the ones that keep checking on you, the ones that are there for you when you're going through a rough patch. The ones that will physically drive out to your house and be like banging on the door, you're going to answer this door and talk to me. Or there they are in the yard. Get them. Because you haven't been answering my messages, so what's going on? Those are your friends. So being single is having a good friend base, having good friends and family that love you and care about you. That is what is going to keep you going. And the other thing about being happy and single is if you want to move out on your own, my suggestion is this. Do you have a really close friend that you jive well enough with it? Do you feel like you can handle living with them because you've hung around enough with each other and spent enough time with each other that you've seen each other's quirks, your humor, your tempers, your I can't think of the word, but you know, where you see all those things, you already know what they are like as a person, and those quirks don't bother you. Yeah, I know how to handle their temper, I know what to do to calm them down, or how to get through an argument with this person, things like that. Then they're single and they're looking for somebody to move in with, or they're living out on their own. Why not go to them and be like, hey, why don't we go do blah 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 blah, go get an apartment together, rent a house together, something like that. And then you have somebody to come home to, but you're not married, but it's somebody that is like your best friend, somebody that you can count on, so you can come home and vent to them. I can't believe my day at work today. My boss was blah 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 blah, and I'm like, I'm so frustrated. Oh, here you go. I made you your favorite meal because I got off earlier than you, and I know you texted me earlier frustrated, so there you go. That's what good friends are for. You know, you help each other out, and you do things for each other, and that could be as good as being married. So, do you need to be married then? Yeah, not if you got a good friend like that. Stay single, enjoy your friendship, live your life, and have your freedom as a single person. So how do you stay happy being married? We're getting ready to be married 21 years. Let me put it to you this way. My husband and I have definitely had our ups and downs in our marriage. And we've had our share of arguments, our share of knockdown and dragouts in our first few years of marriage. And part of it was we didn't understand each other. First, you can get past the first 5 years of marriage and you're still married. Your marriage is got a high chance of staying and lasting. Reason why is because it takes 5 years, because life goes this way, and then it goes this way, and it goes this way, and it goes this way. You have this good thing happen, and then all of a sudden, boom, the bottom drops out. You don't know how each other's going to handle those things, how they handle things like that as a single person. Now you're trying to handle this thing as a team. You're a team now. So you don't know how to handle it together as a team. And so sometimes one teammate wants to do it this way, and the other teammate wants to do it this way. And then you're and it just happens. Or you have a very strong opinion about something, and the other person has a very strong opinion the other way. And no matter how much you talk it out, you just have to finally agree to disagree. Very rare that me and my husband has had those times, but there's been a couple of times we have. And we finally decided to just walk away and let it go. That we both realized we can't, you know, we come from two different worlds, two different backgrounds. Me and my husband like the similar, same music, we like a lot of the same foods, we like a lot of the same things. When we were dating. Okay, And another thing, if you're religious, marry in your religion. Marry someone who has the same beliefs and same ideas as you. You cannot marry somebody who's not a strong believer like you are, because it ain't gonna work. I watched my mom go through that. Okay, and she didn't have a very happy marriage. My dad was not a witness, and she was. And very rare you're gonna find somebody that is going to be okay with all of your beliefs. So you need to marry somebody that believes the same way you do. Do not marry somebody outside of your religion. They need to believe and feel the same way. That's the first dominator, is having God in your marriage, if you're religious, and believing the same way. Understanding Bible the same way. Understanding all the beliefs. Do you both agree and believe the same way? Me and him were both witnesses. There you go. That's the first and most important thing. And if you're not religious, you better have the same political views. Just saying, that's the other thing that could really destroy marriage or a relationship, even with a friend. So make sure that the things that are very, very important to you, that is part of your core and your being, that you agree on. And that is what is going to help you keep a marriage. And so having that, putting those kind of things first in your life as a married couple together, will make you so strong and make your bond super strong. Okay, so to have a happy marriage and to keep it, you have to have things in common. You have to learn how to work through your disagreements. My husband has very high anxiety, and I have a very hot temper. So sometimes that can be a bad combination. But, you know, over time, I've learned how to handle his anxiety. And I'm still learning, because there's still times when, not as often, you know, where things will happen. And, you know, and I've learned how to deal with it. I'm learning. And he's learning. He's getting much better too with it. And what I'm proud of him is we had one really recent, and he didn't say one mean word to me. Not one. I was like amazed, because now that I'm thinking about it, all he did was show me love, even though he's yelling at me. Yeah, that makes me super proud, because that tells me that how hard he's working to do better, and it's just amazing. And so, you're going to have your ups and downs in life, so don't think you're not going to have them in your marriage. It's going to happen. The thing is that the first 5 years you do butt heads a lot, because you don't understand each other's temperament. You haven't dealt with all of the ups and downs in life, and how each other reacts and handles it. Everybody reacts to stress differently, and they may handle it one way, you may handle it the other, and so then sometimes you're butting heads because one's pulling you one way and you're pulling them the other way, and you gotta learn to take a step back and be like, whoa, you know, wait a minute, let's stop the temper tantrums, let's calm down, and let's figure this out together. Learning to have great communication in a marriage is the other thing, and the other key that helps you keep a marriage. It's also how you settle arguments and fights. You're gonna have them. I don't care. I don't care how you argue or fight. You're going to have them, because you're not going to agree on everything. It's just not going to happen. So, thing is you're going to learn how to handle them and get through them as a couple. And each one you go through makes your marriage just that much stronger, and that much stronger, and that much stronger, and that much stronger, and that much stronger. And then you end up with an unbreakable bond. Nobody can come between you. So it's a beautiful thing. And so to have a happy marriage, you have to have good communication. You got to learn how to handle each other in arguments. You have to have very strong, the same convictions and beliefs. whether it's religious or political. And this to me, even though all of that's really super, super important, giving and taking, you have to do more giving than you take. You have to be willing to spoil your mate. Your mate says they're craving this. Your mate says they want this. You better be bending over backwards to see that they get it. As long as it's not like $1 million or something. My goodness. Who can afford that? Very few. So, you see where I'm coming from? If they really want something, they really want to do something, if it's really that important to them, if it's something they don't stop talking about and they really want it, give it to them. Make sure they get it. Spoil them with it. You really want to go out here to eat. Okay, let's go. You've been talking about this for a while, that you've been wanting to do this. Let's do it. You've been craving what? Okay, I got it. You know, you go out somewhere and you're shopping. I think this is really cute. And for an example, me and my husband, every anniversary, I know this year will be different because even though we'll take a week off together, we'll probably go hiking at Turkey Run. Can't wait. Oh, well, Turkey Run. I love to hike. And anyway, but we probably won't go out to eat anywhere, and we probably won't do our little shopping spree we normally do. Because what we'll do is, it's really cute, we'll go eat one of the days during our anniversary. We usually go eat at an MCL in Springfield. We love that place. And then the White Oaks Mall is right there. And so then we just hop on over in the car and go over there, and we go walk off our food. And we shop. And Brent will take me around to, I'm not a fancy person, even though I can dress fancy. I have costume jewelry that if you look at it, you would think I spent $400 or $500 on it. No. I probably will tell you I spent $1, $2 on it. Not more than 8 or 10. It's about the max that I like to spend on jewelry. There you go. So he'll take me to Icy, and he'll take me to Claire's, because those are my 2 favorite stores, and he'll make me look. I don't buy nothing. Takes me to the next place. Don't buy nothing. He gets himself something, he finds something, he buys it. I still haven't bought nothing. One time was really hilarious. You go to end up at Menards in the end, and looked at everything, and and the only thing that I really liked, halfway liked, and I was kind of like, liked it, I didn't know, and it was at Icings at the White Oaks Mall. So guess what we did? We got back in the car. He says, we are not leaving this town until you buy something. It's our wedding anniversary, and we both buy something, and it's kind of like we instead of wrapping the gifts up like we used to, because we've been married 21 years, how we do it is we go shopping together. I let him pick out his gift, he lets me pick out my gift, and that's basically what we're doing. And he was so mad at me because I wasn't buying anything. He says, I want to buy you something. So he takes me all the way back over to White Oaks Mall, takes me back into Icings. He says, where's the necklace that you kept looking at, that you decided to walk away from? It's like, it's this one. He says, go get it. So I was like, okay. So I grabbed it and I had to take it up. And he bought it for me. But it made him happy. See, that's what marriage is about. It's a lot of give and take. And it's not just material things that you give to each other. It's emotional. It's time. We had a discussion, and I'm going to get better about it, because I'm realizing that sometimes on our days off, I'll still talk to my work friends and things like that, and I'm like, you know what, I didn't think about it that way. See, he works 7 to 4, I work 1 to 10. He comes in, wakes me up, kisses me goodbye, tells me he loves me, to be safe, and to drive careful. I tell him to do the same thing. I come home at night, he's sound asleep, because I get off at 10. So he's probably asleep by 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, because he's got to get up so early for work, right? So do we really talk to each other? I kiss in the morning when he wakes me up, tells me how much he loves me, and tells me to be careful getting to and from work. and I tell him to do the same. Oh boy, that's our conversation. Our regular days off, and I'm hoping I'm getting a new boss, so I need to talk to him. Because my boss that I've had understands my situation, and she's been really good about it. And because I only work 5 to 10, that's my availability on Sundays. I only work 5 to 10 on Sundays, and I'm available to do it every other Sunday. But she has chosen to always give me every Sunday and Wednesday off. My husband is always off every Sunday and Wednesday. It gives us 2 days together. 100% of my attention should be on him. 100% of it. I don't do my workouts on those days because I try to make sure that I'm spending time with him. But then, I'll go sit on the car and watch him deal cars, whatever, and sometimes we'll talk, or we'll both start dancing and singing to the music and stuff like that, But then sometimes I'll still talk to the girls or to other people, because all of a sudden I'll hear my phone ding or it'll buzz, and you know what, we live in a world of technology, and you know how hard it is to not look at your phone when you get buzzed. Curiosity. Humans are so curious, we just can't help ourselves. So of course I'm looking. Next thing I know, I'm talking. And that should be his time. And from now on, it will be his time. My 2 days off are my husband's time. Nobody interferes unless it's a family emergency or we're actually spending time with close friends and family. That's it. Otherwise, nope. So, and I told him from now on that's the way it'll be, and I promised that, because he deserves that. Especially the way we work and we don't see each other. And I've been told over and over again I'll never get days because of the fact that I can only work 5 to 10, only 5 hours on Sundays. So they'll never give me a day shift. So where I'm at now, I'm kind of stuck. So anybody know a place I can go? Because I may need to eventually to say if I want to keep my marriage strong. Point blank. So the thing is there's a lot. That's how you keep a marriage happy. Good communication. Learning how to get along with each other even during disagreements. And a lot of give and take. A lot of give and take. You have to do more giving than taking. You cannot go into marriage and be a selfish person. You have to be a giver. If you can't be a giver, stay single. Do yourself a favor and stay single, because the problem will end up being that you will never be happy in a marriage, because you will never be able to make them happy. Marriage is more than a piece of paper. It's not something that, if I don't like you tomorrow, I'll throw it away. Throw the whole marriage away. That's not what it's about. Would you throw your mother away? Would you throw your mother away because you got mad at her over something stupid? That's a question you need to ask yourself. So, basically, life is hard. So, being married or being single, it's going to be rough. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. Thing is you have to learn how to deal with a roller coaster ride. And there's people out there, before I conclude, that become single, not a choice of their own. They become widowed, either whether it's man or a woman. It becomes really hard. Find friends you can turn to. Find people who are trying their hardest to understand you and understand what you're going through. Talk to them. Help and let them help you work through your feelings and your emotions. If you have somebody that's a good friend and you have room for them in your place, let them move in. Even if it's just for a few months, just so you can get through the hardest part of the period of time you're going to be dealing with, and the loneliness, to get you through the grieving process, so you have somebody to come home to every day. Don't let yourself feel like you're alone, because you're not. There's people you can reach out to, there's friends, there's family that want to be there for you, that they want to help you, they want to know how to help you, they want to try to understand, but sometimes it takes you making that move with them, even though
they always tell us in talks and stuff at the hall, you know, we need to make the move. We need to not just ask, we need to do. Don't say, can I do anything for you? Just do something for them. But sometimes it also needs to happen the other way. When you're going through things like that, you need to reach out. You need to talk to people that you've come to know that really care about what you're going through and dealing with. And if you can find somebody, like I said, you know, and you got room for them, let them move in with you for a while. You know, just ask them, you know, if you need a place to stay, until you can find a place to stay, do you mind coming and living with me for a while? I'm kind of lonely anyway. I'm so used to so-and-so being here, they're not here anymore. You know, find time to spend with friends. Don't let yourself be lonely. Make time for your friends. Even if you have to be the one to constantly be making dinner and invitations. Even if you have to make the lunch invitations. Even if you have to say, hey, let's go shopping together. I need a girl's day. Even if you're the one that has to make the move, do it. Because I guarantee you, sometimes people don't know what to say to you. They don't know what to do for you. But they want to do something so bad. And all it takes is you asking. Okay? So, just because you become one of the little suddenly for some reason, it's, you know, and you've all of a sudden found yourself feeling single. It can be, I can't even imagine, it's got to be rough, you know. I mean, my husband, like I said, I've been together now will be 21 years, October 30th. I'm hoping I do this right, and this it doesn't show up onto my YouTube channel till we watched until then. But it can be so hard, but don't let it be. You got this. There's ways. And, so just remember, marriage is not for the faint-hearted. It's not. Marriage is hard, and I'll repeat, it's hard work, but it's so worth it. When you were coming home from putting the grave marker on my mother-in-law's grave, and my father-in-law was talking about what a wonderful woman she was. I know he misses her to the core every day. I can't even imagine his pain, but even though he knows that he's going to get her back in the resurrection, I know he misses her. And he was laughing on the way home, and he says, man, he says, we had such a good marriage, but when that woman was mad at me, oh boy, did she get mad at me. She would get so mad at me. And he says, sometimes I didn't even know why. But that's life. It's marriage. I mean, there's times when you have arguments with your best friend, and you don't really understand why they're mad at you. But they are. So you're like, one of you's got to make the first move to say, I'm sorry. And work it out, you know, and get back to being good friends again. And so it's the same way with marriage, you know, it's a lot of give and take. And it's hard work. And there's nothing easy about marriage, because why? Because life is not easy. And you're kidding yourself if you think that marriage is a fairy tale. Marriage is not a happy ever ending. It is not a fairy tale. If you feel like life is a struggle, being single, if you feel there's ups and downs in your life where things are going real smooth and the bottom drops off, imagine that twofold. Because once you're married, it's twofold. Because there's two of you, and you're going through it together. Sometimes it'll be happening to one or the other, but then like we had, like, let me put it this way. Okay, it's going on 2 years. We had our garage fire. My husband's hobby is car stuff. My hobby, as you kind of to know, is what I've been doing now. But we lost a brand new car. We lost all his detailing supplies, all his mechanic tools, everything. Anything that was really special and important to my husband was in that garage. We lost everything. So then finally things started turning around. You know, we were grieving the loss of the garage. We didn't know how things were going to work out. And thankfully we kept praying and praying and praying and just jumping through all the hoops we had to do and kept going. And now we have a really nice 2-car garage. Okay, to replace our 1-car garage that was really long. Then that wasn't it. And then we found out Grayson had cancer in his eye.
and had to have his eye instructed. And that was a struggle because for the week that he was recovering from that surgery and getting used to having one eye, he was so scared and he was just not himself, and Brent just started screaming and crying, and I had to calm him down. And he's like, what happened to my baby? I'm like, honey, the vet didn't do nothing to our baby. We did it. We made the decision to take his eye out to save his life. It's gonna be hard for a while. He's scared. He doesn't understand. He's in pain because of the surgery and is just confused, and oh, it was so hard. So, of course, I'm sitting here. Okay, this is gross. He had an accident because he couldn't get the litter box fast enough. So we're trying to clean up urine all over the living room floor, and Grayson is bathed in it, so I have to go change my clothes and take a sponge bath afterwards. And so Grayson is trying to run away because he's spazzing, and I'm just holding Grayson, and I'm like, calm down, it's okay. I'm like, he's right here, I have him, you know, let's get some tuna water, maybe we can get the medicine down him, because we knew that he was acting funny because we felt like he was in a lot of pain, and we were so scared because the incisions were so fresh and he kept fighting, and we couldn't get it down him, and so it was really upsetting him. And so I was trying to keep Grayson calm, and I said, you know, just calm down, you know. So there's your example right there, okay? So then we had to deal with that, and within that period of time we found out his mom was gotten real worse, and they would have her 6 months to a year, and that was all like April, I think, and we lost her January 27th of this year. And so and then he was dealing with that too, the emotions, ups and downs, roller coasters, how he was feeling about, you know, his mom's been a lot of health issues for a long time, but we knew this was final. And then he was having really bad struggles at work, and then his right-hand man ended up with Bell's palsy, and I'm just giving an example, and the reason I'm doing this is I'm not trying to put my personal life out there. I'm trying to let you guys know marriage is hard work. He struggled for a while, and it was because he was going through so much, and it was like, it's piling and piling and piling and piling, and then it was causing problems, and it wasn't intentional. You know, it's just, everybody handles stress in a different way, and then he tells me all the time he feels so blessed that he's got me, because I know how to handle him with his stress and his anxiety and stuff, and he says nobody else could have handled me the way you do. They would have walked out on me a long time ago. And marriage is so hard, but marriage is such a blessing. It's the most wonderful thing you could ever do. And so if you can get through it, you can work really hard at it and get through those rough times, trust me, it comes out better on the other end. But you gotta fight for it, you gotta work for it, and you gotta work at it. You can't just, no. So marriage is not a piece of paper. You do not throw away a marriage just because you had an argument. And again, would you throw your mother away? Would you throw your siblings away because you had a bad argument with them? Probably not. So why would you throw your marriage mate away? Have a great night, everybody.
This is